We are live. Hello, everyone.
Hello, hello. If you could see us, if you can hear us, please do let us know, because that's the only way that we're going to know. Okay, looks like Twitch is good. And I'm sure YouTube here will pop up as well in a second. But please do say hello and all of that jazz, if you would be so kind, just so we know that we're all on the same damn page. That makes life easy.
Welcome to you all from sunny, and by sunny I mean actually getting quite cold now, Edinburgh. The sun is down. It's all drawing in nice for the evening, and I have one hell of a toothache. So you'll be delighted to know that through the course of this stream, I am going to be your designated, ever so slightly high on medication, Andy. Hi! Yeah, I am on all the drugs this evening. So if you see me at any point do this, tweet, 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 or float off somewhere, I don't know, in a purple swan, you'll know purely drugs are involved. And that's fun, right? Yay.
As they are in all good things.
Yeah, my toothache is pretty goddamn strong this week, dentists being what they are for me just now. And also my wallet is crying just now because the bills for said dental treatment, which are truly extortionate, are beginning to hit hard. And I think I might just cry. Cry, right? I mean, I can blame all the tears on the drugs, so that'll be fine, right? I can just pretend I don't remember it. That didn't happen. I was high. Yeah, yes. Absolutely, Corrine Shima. Drugs for the drug god. And thanks very much for the super chat, because that's going to go directly towards the dental fund that I'm currently building at this end. Yay!
Yep. Now is definitely a stream to, be supportive, because that's something all of us Americans can very much relate to. Ooh, medical bills.
Yeah, I mean, normally here in the UK we don't have any medical bills at all, but when it comes to dental work, we pay, and we don't pay as much as many parts of the world, but we still do pay. And unfortunately, I have literally everything happening this time because of a series of unfortunate events that could almost certainly be their own backstory for an epic campaign. But I have every last piece of dental work getting done over the course of the next 2 months. I have all manner of stuff getting jammed in and twisted around and poked up into place, and I'm not enjoying it in the slightest. And right now, so today I'm actually delighted that we are doing Lizardmen City and rating them. And you might go, why, Andy, are you so delighted we're doing this? Particular, isn't Sotek the big lizard man guy? And the answer to that is, oh, hell yes. Yes, he is. And that means that I can do, say, Sotek, tell us about this Lizardman City, and then just sit in the corner and go, as he waxes lyrical about City X, about Ruin Y, or alternatively about some great old one artifact that's sitting there pulsing with ancient energies. And then when he finishes, I can go, as the drugs slowly but surely wear off. It's going to be a great stream.
Yeah, it should be a really, really fun time. Plus, any opportunity I have to ramble
about Lizardmen
incessantly about Lizardmen is always a huge W in my book. But this is another one of those lovely just Wednesday night streams. We're just here to kind of relax and chill and see where the day takes us, and hopefully we'll get through this in a reasonable amount of time. We do have a good number of cities we're talking about, because we're talking about pretty much all of the major locations that Lizardmen live in, so to speak. So we have all the cities, but we also have one that's not technically a city, but there should be a city there, but we don't really know the names if it is there.
I might have before the stream gone, really? And he was like, yes.
Yeah, but it's a pretty solid list, because at first I was like, oh well, we could just do the intact cities, but that's only 4, and that wouldn't last very long. And it's like, okay, well then we could do the ruined cities. It's like, but then there's an intact city on that continent, which is different, and then there's another one over there. And if we're doing ruined ones, we might as well talk about that place over there. Is whatever. But so we got a good mix to go through.
Great to see you made it, Stefan. Here at the beginning, glad to have you with us.
Yeah, the beginning is great, where we just ramble bizarrely, waiting for giving
everybody time to arrive before we start diving into all of the Lizardman goodness.
Yeah, but should be a super duper fun time. While we're giving folks time to sort of jump on in, we'll go ahead and just talk through a couple things that are coming up of that. So today's Wednesday.
It is.
We will, of course, I believe, be having Warhammer this Friday.
Yep, Warhammer this Friday. As above, so below is the episode, and it's going to be an interesting one given where the last one ended. Let's just go demons. So yeah, it's going to be fun.
Yep, and then on Saturday, Rookery is still out.
We're still on holiday, yes, which is necessary because I've got stuff on them for Saturday.
Great. And then this upcoming Sunday, there is a slight change to the schedule, which is that basically I offered someone an opportunity to kind of like pick an episode as just like a nice little thank you type thing. So instead of jumping straight into Gork and Mork, who won the poll, we're going to be doing Gork and Mork are going to get pushed back 1 week. And instead, this week, we're going to end up doing the Cult of Raya, which is going to be a super duper good time because there's actually a ton to say there, especially because Raya had such an unfortunate situation of kind of being her own thing. And then she kind of got fused with Tall for a really long time. And now they're back to being separate, which is great. But there's actually a pretty considerable amount of stories there and like what separates the two of them. And it should be a really, really good time. Raya is something we've kind of touched on in a number of streams, but being able to kind of sit down and do a full-on chat about her, I think will be really good.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great because it's a topic that I have a lot of opinions on, as well as a lot of lore to share. So I think it'll be a really good stream. So that's this Sunday at the usual time at Lorebeards Central.
Yeah, good stuff. And then we'll see where we go from there. I have an idea for what we could do next Wednesday, but I'll chat with Andy about it after the stream. And then Gork and Mork will be the following week. So good stuff. In any event, I think that's enough time for us to get into the starting super chat stuff, and then we can just jump into it.
Dive in and see where we go. Sounds good to me.
Donovan, who is /are the biggest kleptomaniacs in Warhammer Fantasy? We need to counter the use of Trazen and Blood Ravens for the Steal Your memes.
I mean, if we're going to go for the obvious option, it's the halflings. And it's because the halflings don't really have the same sense of individual ownership that other species have. Halflings very much live in each other's pockets at all times. And if there's something that they need, they just go and get it wherever it may be lying. And that causes all manner of issues in standard imperial society, which has very strong laws as to ownership. And halflings, of course, live with that. But if you go down to Mutland, those laws don't stand. The standard laws of ownership, as we understand them as a typical Western-leaning society, just don't apply in the Mutland. So they're not so much kleptomaniacs as in they're stealing because they have to steal. It's just they don't have the same sense of ownership as everybody else.
I was going to say, the halflings are less kleptomaniacs, and they're more, you mean our money, comrade, type personalities. That's the culture they come from.
but they still believe that something belongs to someone else. So it's not quite as communist as it might appear. It's definitely I don't know, applesauce's hoe. I mean, it's his hoe. It's just been through several people to arrive in their house, and then getting that hoe back to them, or their pitchfork, whatever else might be a circuitous route that takes several years.
Yeah, that being said, if I was going to think about a character that's prone, like someone that's actually prone to stealing a lot within Warhammer, there's a couple of random options that pop up. You have like kind of your goofball Zinch characters. Like we actually have some narratives in Warhammer Fantasy of the Changeling and Kairos Fate Weaver both stealing a lot of things for different reasons. The Changeling does it more to be an asshole, whereas Kairos does it because he usually is stealing like magical goodies. You also have like the Blue Scribes like to steal a lot of magical goobledygook. But funny enough, there actually was a duo of skinks introduced in Total War that I think they just made up because I know everything written about the Lizardmen. They didn't exist before it, but they created this pair of essentially twins in a sense that they're literally kleptomaniac skinks. I can't remember their names off the top of my head, but you can only get them in a Tehillim campaign because you get them through the offering system. Other than that, you know what?
Cult of Ronald. Cult of Ronald. You should mention the Cult of Ronald at least once.
Yeah, but a great character is Goldfag Maneater as well. Goldfag literally had a rule when he showed up on the table where you would just get magic items, and you could steal stuff from the other faction's army list. So it'd probably be Goldfag Maneater would be the closest thing, is that he steals it and uses it, and then when he doesn't want it anymore, he just throws it away. All right, because he has the easy come, easy go rule, which is a great rule. Mornington Crescent, crowns for the crown throne.
And crowns for my teeth, because one of them is indeed being crowned. That's one of the joys I'm going through. That happens next Wednesday. So next Wednesday stream, I'll have a new crown in place. Really looking forward to that, I think.
Yeah, actually, I guess I would go with Noblars and Ogres if I was going to pick a true thief faction that just like stealing shit for the sake of stealing shit. Though they usually fire it back at you via catapult. Sean Schultz, which city does Kremlo rule any favorites? So Kremlo, sadly, never reached the point of being a full ruler. So granted, Kremlo is pre-Lizardmen. He's old Slawn. But he was originally from Heshawatl, and then he kind of got baby Moses up to Skeggy, and raised as a Norskin frog for some reason. The Norskins are apparently very accepting folk when it comes to people that show up, which, sure, why not?
So the answer would be Skeggy.
Yeah, so yeah, he would be the
I will admit to a certain amount, a small disappointment that when the Skeggy got its extra write-up, there was no inclusion of something that could be a reference to Kremlo, because it's almost begging for it, but sadly, it did not occur.
the legendary frog guardian.
Oh, not even that. It could have just been something like a skink. That was carrying that name that had been effectively naturalized into Skeggy society. And you could have had a lizardman that was there and could also have been used as an example of how lizardmen can make good PCs under certain circumstances. And they could have used that as a way of doing it, and also had a lovely little nod for very, very old lore. Because it's always nice to nod to those, so the fans that are aware of that very old lore can go, they've reworked that and they've managed to squeeze it back in again. I think given that lizardmen were being added as a PC species there, it would be nice to have some examples of how to use them as PC species in games that don't include lizardmen. And I think that would have been one fun way to do it.
Yeah, I would have.
Jokes aside on Kremlo, because obviously Kremlo is wrong. Just to keep you happy.
I fully agree with Andy that I would have been elated if they had remade him into like a skink character that because this is a complete aside, but like it would have been really good to show like how adaptive skinks are to other cultures, and like it would have been really funny to have like a Norskin berserker skink that's actually scary. That would have been so good.
That would have been so much fun. Yeah. But sadly that didn't occur. But I like to think that it could. There's a small part of me that wants to just quickly write it up as a blog post for my blog. It wouldn't be very hard. Do a quick Kremlo the skink. I feel
like there's probably a very long list of other things you're supposed to do first.
I mean, yeah, but who cares? I mean, the things that take your fancy are worth doing. In fact, I'm going to add it to my list of jobs to potentially consider. Kremlo skink.
Mr. Voren says, Ketsa is by far the most picturesque and hygienic temple city in Lystria. It consistently wins those awards. Ah, yes. Good old Ketsa the Defiled. Great place to visit.
Great place. It's absolutely beautiful over there. 5 out of 5 stars on TripAdvisor. Do recommend.
Yeah, especially since it got its heavy remodeling by Teto Echo and is now just a big hole in the ground. But yeah, great job.
Work in progress.
Elemental exposure for tooth pain meds. Is there a tooth fairy in Warhammer, and why is an orc in a tutu? So there would definitely So, I would say for a role play scenario, there has to be an adventure hook somewhere, someday, about an orc that runs around stealing people's teeth as much as he possibly can, because that's just fucking hilarious.
I mean, yeah, there is an obvious adventure to be written there that is, maybe a seasonal adventure, attach it to some sort of big event that would be proper silly, proper over the top, not very much a serious Warhammer adventure, but one done for fun that I think you could easily pull out for a quick 2,000, maybe 3,000 word adventure with an orc that's stealing teeth and is, I don't know, attempts to get rich.
Yeah, especially because you could have a lot of really goofy things about how he attempts to like stay hidden and blend in despite being an orc, and you could have a lot of fun with that.
Here's a little thing about things blending in that some of you might not have known, because my wife and I were discussing it today. Tigers, we all know tigers. Tigers are bright orange, and you think that tigers being bright orange don't blend in with anything, but almost all animals that look at them see them green. Because they have different forms of eyes to us. So humans see tigers standing out like nobody's business, and to us, it's a threat to stay away. But to most of the creatures that are out there, they just blend in as green, which I think is lovely. And nice little side fact.
You could have a somewhat terrifying creature that exists that does the same thing, but to humans. But I will say that if you're looking for something a little more analogous to what the Tooth Fairy tends to be, you could go the route of like having it be something like little spites that take teeth for their own bizarre, strange little reasons. And if you want to go super spooky with it, you could make it just a spirit that is very, very spooky and has its reasons for taking teeth. And maybe, there is a local folk that are very big on whenever you lose a tooth, you have to give it to this spirit. And then your party wanders in and doesn't do that. And all of a sudden you have a problem in the form of an upset spirit.
Yeah, I mean, folk horror along those ideas always works really well with Warhammer. And I'm in this weird position where I feel like I'm going to tout something I've written. I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to do it.
I think you should. But...
Over on the Rookery, we did very much folk horror creature called Mother Hoarfrost, which works on a similar idea. These ancient spirits and ancient godlike entities, which need to be placated using strange means. So if you want, go check that out on Drive-Thru RPG. It's super cheap. It's only like $3.99 in dollars, so it doesn't cost almost anything, and it's completely applicable to Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. So if you want to go check that out, that's Mother Hoarfrost and Drive-Thru RPG. I'll find a link while Sotek's chatting.
Yeah, and I am going to tell Andy, no, don't get a link right now. We'll put it in the comment section later, because Andy needs to apply for the Drive-Thru RPG affiliate system.
I'm already on that.
Well, then use your affiliate link.
I'm going to be using an affiliate link already. That's exactly what I'll be doing.
Never mind then. He's going to post it right now.
Yeah, but I've got to go find it first.
Okay. So you can play around with that. Also, I just had a random horrible brain bug that I wish someone would make a character called Mother Hoarfrost, but it's spelled Hoarfrost instead. And what that would mean, because I don't know, it's stupid and it makes me laugh. Captain Magma, can we add the city we never finished to the chart? Lacaudal? No, because it is not a real place as of yet. Maybe one day it'll be real. And by one day, I mean very, very soon. Me and Andy were actually just talking about finishing Lacaudal. So that's coming up super duper soon. So stay tuned for that. But I mean, we all made it together. So obviously it's S for special, because it's special between us. unless someone drops at least a $50 super chat, in which case I will put it on the list.
You are.
It has to be as one. It can't be like partials. It's got to be just one, at least 50 for the Tooth Fund.
The Tooth Fund, yeah, true fact. Holy moly, dental fees are the worst.
Kablam won't be able to stick around long, but which Lizardman species needs the most dental care, and which Lizardman city offer the best care services? So, interestingly enough, you have to keep in mind that the Lizardmen are a reptilian species that are heavily implied to be kind of cobbled together from various natural species found in the Warhammer world, at least in like the later lore. As such, it would be very likely that your Saurus and Cruxgors probably take a lot from crocodilian aspects, which means they probably regrow teeth basically infinitely. Now your Slawn, on the other hand, I think Slawn would actually require dental care in various scenarios, especially with like how old they get. I wouldn't be surprised if they potentially also regrow their teeth, but maybe it works slightly different. Skinks would likely require dental care, especially because skinks actually get old and die of old age. So skinks would probably be the number one that would require it, and it would not shock me at all if that's actually a thing. But you also have skinks that tend to the various creatures that are used as mounts and stuff, where you could see like on some of the Lizardmen dinos, they like add little caps and like gold caps and stuff to some of their teeth, or take care of various little things. So it would definitely be the skinks doing the work, but it would also be the skinks likely doing it. And Raging Pacifist, very well. Very well. You have won, good sir. You have won. I will force put, we don't have a symbol for Locado, but I'll just put a goofy
and oh wow, Raging Pacifist, you did it as well. That's going straight to my dental fund because I have to. And for anyone else who wants to add to the dental fund in a slightly different way, you can go buy Mother Hoarfrost right now. Following the link that I just posted on both Twitch and YouTube. It is only $3.99. It's super cheap and it's full of really cool ideas for your Warhammer games, or indeed any fantasy game. The idea of this one isn't that it's for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay or D&D or, I don't know, whatever other game you might be playing, RuneQuest or something. It's for literally all RPGs, and it's for adding a little bit of folk horror fun to your games. It's got some gorgeous art from Mark, and also there's a song in there which I'm going to be getting my daughter to record when she's back now. She just came back, so I'm going to be getting my daughter to record that probably over the weekend. So we're going to be adding a music file up onto that sometime in the next week or so, once we've done a bit of post-production on it.
All right, and thank you very much, Raging Pacifist. Thank you much. We really appreciate it. Andy really appreciates it, and I
certainly do. Thank you very much, Raging Pacifist. It was the best. Lovely.
Dragon King. Since we're talking Lizardmen today, I would love to know what real-world dinosaurs you two would like to see added to the Lizardmen roster. Okay, I will answer this with the understanding that I am not... I loved dinosaurs as a child, but then I kind of got into the more fantastical things with dragons and stuff as I got older. So I'm really, really bad about knowing the names of dinosaurs. So I will refer to them by more of their pop culture names as opposed to their scientific names, so please don't get mad at me. I mean, the big one for me would be one that technically already exists in Warhammer, but I'd like to see it actually given its own full design instead of it being just a kit bash. Because being a kit bash kind of limited what it could look like. For me, the Arcanodon would be the big one, which the Arcanodon was supposed to be the big long neck dinosaur, right? You're like Brachiosaurus type, but because it's Lustria, it still has teeth and like eats people. Because there's no plant eaters in Lustria. There are at best omnivores, but that would probably be like the big one for me, because we've kind of got like, you know, the armored dinosaur with the Bastillodon, and we've got the Triceratops with the Stegodon, and we've got the T-Rex with the Carnosaur. So I feel like a big long neck dinosaur is kind of the last major trope we're missing.
I sort of agree, but if I was looking for something really different, I'd be looking for a big sea-bound dinosaur to make things a little bit different, like maybe a Chronosaurus or something along those lines. Maybe not a Plesiosaur, because the Plesiosaur's got a big long neck, and I'm not even sure if the Plesiosaur, as I recall it from when I was a kid, even exists as a dinosaur these days, because they all got recategorized through the late 90s into the noughties when they realized that most of their dinosaurs were made by Victorians who didn't know how to put bones together. So a lot of them have been remixed, but I would broadly say something water-based, big, huge, nasty, snappery thing with skinks riding on its back. The waves cresting to either side would be so freaking awesome.
Yeah, I mean, in the lore, we do have the Pliodon, which does have art. It's very cool looking, and it's pretty big. It's not like Titanic, but it's reasonably large. Also,
Plesiosaur still. Does anyone know if a Plesiosaur is still a real thing? Just because I wouldn't mind knowing.
Apparently, there's already a pedantic argument in the chat that sea creatures are not dinosaurs; they're aquatic lizards.
Whatever. They're dinosaur-like reptiles. Get out of my face.
Yeah, really. See, this is why
dinosaur-like reptile will be fine for me.
Plessies are still a thing. Nice.
Yes. Love it.
All right. So we've Fucking science people. Donovan, I had an idea for a stupid Wolfrup campaign, dwarf DLC called Gotrek Thorgrimson. He's not that Gotrek, and his dad isn't that Thorgrim. However, his dad was one of the carriers of the Throne of Power, so his full name is actually Gotrek Thorgrim Grudge Bearerson. That's a
stupid dynamite, and I kind of love it.
That's a great stupid name for a character, especially if you make it where like Gotrek saved his dad's life, so it's related to the actual Gotrek that everybody knows. You could have a lot of very stupid fun with that. Yes, that is stupid, but I fully concur with it. Okay, the Hakano has been added to the list. Congratulations, chat. Korenshima, can we have a Wednesday stream about tech and Warhammer?
I think I'd like to refine it a bit.
Yeah, it would have to be targeted at a specific faction.
Probably, yeah.
Because otherwise,
it would make a good Wednesday stream if it was targeted on a single faction. I think the answer to this one is there's something to be discussed here. I'm just not sure what it is yet.
Yeah, a Wednesday stream might be better for. Actually, I would repitch it as this: we could do a Wednesday stream where we do a Lorebeards create, and we basically create an excuse why tech has not advanced in the last 200 years.
Oh, it's longer. It's almost 1,000.
Yeah, so
arguably
we could do something like that where we try and make in-universe justifications for why things haven't happened. That could be a fun Wednesday thing because we'd be bullshitting essentially. Yeah. So that could be fun.
I can make a pretty good bullshit argument to make it work too.
Yeah, so
I only say that because I've come up with 3 different reasons for it in 3 different games.
Yeah, so we could definitely do that.
Yeah.
Krim Gelto, I tried last stream. I don't know who the fuck Lucius the Eternal is. Oh, he's a 40k character. He's a 40k Chaos Space Marine, and he's kind of silly looking, and he's got a whole big gimmick about that he, if he is killed, he if you feel any pleasure from killing him, he takes over your body, and it's really dumb because obviously, that's not that big of a hurdle to get around, to be honest, especially in the 40k setting where someone could just accidentally kill him. But they've added a bunch of goofy caveats to it where it's if you feel any pleasure, even if it's not related at all to his death, anytime for the rest of your life after he has died, you can turn into him. And it's very silly and goofy. But he's a 40k character. Hendrik, how do humans get to Lustria? By boat.
Occasionally by some weird means, but normally boat.
99.9 infinitesimally % of the time, boat. And how can it even be profitable, seeing how much L should be sink ships sailing past Ulthuan? So first of all, you're correct that it is difficult, and it is often comes with issues. Second of all, though, humans are really stubborn and they're also really stupid. Where a lot of people in the old world genuinely think that Lustria is a place that if you manage to get there, you will be rich. You're gonna go in, it's gonna be a week in, week out. Once you've reached it, you're gonna get a bunch of gold, and you're gonna be so rich that you'll never have to work again for the rest of your life.
Yeah, someday we will find the cities of gold. And there's one other thing that's easy to forget for Warhammer, because whenever we look at a map, our first thoughts are almost always, it looks like the real world map. And we apply that sort of size into our mental framework of what it looks like. But the Warhammer world's a lot bigger, a lot bigger. And there is a lot of sea. And I mean a lot of open sea. In the real world, ships could be missing each other because the horizon's only so far. And even if you've got the tallest of masts, you can still only see so far to the horizon on all sides. The circle that you can see is only so many scores of miles across. So Yeah, you can easily slip by if you just happen to be in a place where the elves aren't. Particularly if you've got yourself something like a Shadowmancer aboard, who ensures that the magical means that might be deployed might not work to trace your vessels. And most high elf ships have got their own thing that they're doing anyway. They're not just patrolling around to sink stuff, although many are. They've got other stuff going on. So for all it's very easy to say, they're just going to get sunk, aren't they? They have to actually do it. And even when they do successfully point them out, it may be a big ship that they're going up against. They may decide to go away, come back, try to find them later, and not find them. It's a really huge ocean, and there's going to be a lot of trouble beyond just spotting them, but weather as well, because the tides and the sea in the Warhammer world aren't as consistent as the real world, because we have 2 moons, and one of those moons is about as inconsistent as you can get, meaning that waves are often far higher, tides are really, really all over the place. Sometimes they're completely consistent, running on Mansleib. At other points, the tides are completely all over the place because Moorsleib's zipping around far too close, causing local interference. So, cut a long story short, the high seas are super dangerous, super difficult, and that includes for the high elves too, who admittedly are the masters of the high seas, but there's all manner of different ways that you can get across it without being spotted.
Yeah, plus, like, elves are still people in a sense. Like, there are elves that can be bribed to let you know about when to go by in a certain sea route, and there are interested parties that are happy to pay people off, or people that just track elf ships to try and let people know vaguely where they are and where to avoid. So, there's ways to get around it.
Yeah, I strongly recommend reading books like the more pulpy side of sea voyages. So perhaps less the Master and Commander, more the Hornblowers out there, if you want to read some fiction about this sort of thing. And it gets you an idea of just how much a ship that gets spotted could be traced for weeks to months as they attempt to try and get away from each other. Relying on winds, relying on banks of weather or whatever to get away from the other side. And they will go massive distances to get away from each other. So it's not as easy as they'll just catch them. It's a big, massive game of cat and mouse on an enormous field that's so big that it can often take weeks or months to get where you want to go.
Yeah. Arton 255. No, I have not seen that because I don't have a Warhammer Plus account. But if you want to drop what that is in chat, I'd love to actually see that.
Warhammer Korea's been given a name. That's nice. I did see a couple of leaks online today, which I'm not sure if they're at all true, but if they're even slightly true, they're a bit mental. So I imagine they're not true.
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
But you never can be certain when it comes to a leak.
Yep.
But yeah, there's a name for their version of Korea I'd really like to know, because it's been sitting there as this peninsula unnamed on maps for a very long time.
Yep. Jacob could there be any symbolic interspecies marriage to secure a treaty between order species, such as dwarf to elf, lizardman to Bretonia? Not for my fanfic. So I will say, if it was for your fanfic, yes, absolutely, barely an inconvenience. If it's within the canon setting itself, unfortunately, there is no precedence for that.
Yeah, and I find this actually unlikely in a real world. In a real world, people are people of all types, and there's certain species in the Empire that are super close in a variety of ways. That means that there would have been some marriages of some type at some points. And the most obvious might not be the one that immediately jumps out for you, but are halflings. Halflings live, sure, longer than humans, but they are, in terms of sexual proclivities, much more sexually active than your average human. There would have been some interlinks between them. It would have happened. Of course, there'd be no children. You wouldn't get halflings because they're different species. They don't create half-breeds. That doesn't happen in Warhammer unless magic is deeply involved somewhere, and that then could occur. But throughout the course of history for Warhammer, there has been multiple examples of things like half-orcs or half-elves. They have popped up here or there, and again, in the modern setting, they're justified by magic, making things happen that normally can't because they are separate species, but they show that these sort of things have happened. These are sexually active, intelligent, sapient creatures, and almost certainly this sort of thing would have happened. But because sex is one of those icky things that some writers get very weirded out about, you tend to find most Warhammer writers just go, yeah, that doesn't happen at all. Yeah. Let's not think about this. Let's just not. It doesn't. No.
Yeah, there are occasionally you will come across an author who is hilarious and awesome because they will have things like people just fucking everybody.
Yeah, literally everyone. Felix. Yeah. But yeah, they get around.
It happens a lot. Go check it, Felix. It happens a lot in the Bruno the Bounty Hunter series as well. Like there's a lot of goofy. Bruno. Yeah, there are some fun ones that pop up. There are some authors that take a more realistic approach to the world where this kind of stuff happens.
But in the real world, if we take off our silly little childish hats, which sometimes we can't help but avoid as if we're in some sort of school listening to the teacher talk about sex education, snigger, we're all grown-ass adults, and sexuality is a core component of pretty much every human. All of them. In the real world. And it's the same in the Warhammer world, obviously. And all of the various species have got their own needs, their own levels, and there would be cross-pollination of various types. Now, does that mean we get cross-species? As we know, the answer to that for Warhammer is no, but love blossoms where love blossoms. And I think it's one of the things that Warhammer sadly lacks is the fact that love is a core component of many relationships, not just marriage for convenience or marriage to secure a treaty, but actual love. Love between an elf and a human. Love between even an elf and a dwarf, which I think could make for a really interesting and weird story. But yeah, love is not the most Warhammer-y of emotions.
So the name for Warhammer Korea apparently is Kosun. Yeah. So I did a quick Google of that. This seems like an alternate way to pronounce Joseon, which is apparently the last large dynasty that ruled for 500 years over Korea. But it sounds like you would pronounce it vaguely the same, but they spelled it different. Because the alternative way to spell it is kind of like this.
Joseon, yeah, I see it.
So I'm guessing that's what they did, which would fit with how they've been doing naming conventions.
Oh, for goodness sake. I even knew that they have literally just copy pasted. I'm not. I mean, let's be honest. That's what they have done.
Yeah,
I mean that's what Cathay is. That's what Nippon is.
Yeah, so it's consistent.
It absolutely is. Would I have liked to have seen something? I mean, it's got a different spelling at least by a single letter, a C to a K.
Yeah, so it's better than Nippon. It's a little more creative.
Or Nihon if you prefer it. Yeah, slightly better. I'm not entirely sure what I think of that. Indeed, as Pie Guy says there, but Nippon is also 100% a proper way of mentioning it in Japanese. So yeah, that's a thing.
Hey, there's High Outpost there. Now.
I will say it's much better than just calling it Korea with, say, a C, because then we'd be hitting all manner of problems, particularly given what many Koreans think of the name of Korea.
Yeah, I think they definitely made the right call on that. Just doing a very cursory.
What I find quite interesting about that one, though, is that's the one that's most commonly used by North Korea, as I recall. And if that's the case, that's an interesting political stance to fall into by mistake.
I don't appreciate you telling me this, Ayrton, because now I may have to get a Warhammer Plus account, and I don't want to. But whatever, I'll deal with that later. All right. Anyway, Chris, new Kremlo idea. That Norse gun hold that collects effigies of gods has Kremlo as a relic priest and worships, and sometimes he does actually do things for them.
See, that's not a bad idea. I actually quite like the idea of him being some form of relic priest. That would work really neatly. Something that's held inside Skeggy, or perhaps even has been returned to Norska. Because if you go back with the original story, there's Norskan links and various other nonsense going on. So yeah, you could run with that really well, Chris. I quite like it.
Yeah, that actually would tie in well to for Cubicle 7 when they did the Sea of Claws book. They have a mention of there's an Old One artifact in Norska that is kind of worshipped as like some terrible water god, and it turns out it's a icon of Zunki, the water god of the Old Ones, who has the death mask as a icon.
And just because I feel it is worth saying, if there is anyone out there who is actually Korean, if you could tell us what you think, that would be, I think, much better than us waxing lyrical without any awareness at all. So if anyone out there is Korean or knows people who are Korean, it would be really nice if we had some informed opinions rather than our Western white guy whinging.
Yep. Razor Dragon Tail, greetings, Lorebeards. Love the show.
Greetings.
Lizardmen focus streams are my favorite. Will the city we're planning be on this list? It is now.
It is now because somebody added it, Razor. So yes,
this was like yes, it is. So,
Yep. Thanks for that, Razor.
Tooth pain can be straight torture. Yes, it can.
Hey, Godzilla. So, for those of you who don't know, if you weren't there at the beginning of the stream, I am in a lot of tooth agony right now. Dental woes abound. I'm going through 2 months worth of dental hell, and I'm right in the middle of it right now, and I'm enjoying it deeply.
Hannibal, hey gents, I just started making my first board game this week on a whim. Any inspiring words from Mr. Dark Deeds himself? By Dark Deeds.
Well, other than by Dark Deeds, when it comes to board game design, one of the core initial things you need to get into your head is the concept of reiteration. You very rarely get it right first go. You've got to reiterate, never get precious about rules, never get precious about ideas or your darlings that you think are absolutely marvelous. Play it again and again and get people's opinions on it, playtesting, and be prepared to completely revise as and where required. If you can get into the revisionist idea, you will almost certainly end up with a better product come the end of it.
Yep. Filefoot, alas, the best Lizardman city lies under the waves. Well, that one may be on this list.
Maybe on the list.
Omnicide, thank you. They're all S tier, either the S for Slaughter or for Skink. And off topic, but has either of you played the Geheimnisnacht mod for Crusader Kings 2?
I haven't.
Total War before Total War was a thing and way more granular. Nope, I've never played it. I've never even played Crusader Kings.
I have. Is it good Omnicide? Just because I haven't played Crusader Kings for quite a while, I could definitely go back and have a look at it if it's good.
Donoman, so for clarification, for the aquatic reptiles that are around during the characters, plesiosaurs and ichthyosaurs, sure, are not lizards, dinosaurs, and their placement in relation to other reptiles is uncertain.
Shush! They're sea dinosaurs. I'm happy.
However, are actually lizards and are closely related to modern lizards.
Yeah, sure. Sea dinosaurs. They are lizardmen in Warhammer. Don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, really. I meant during the time the dinosaurs were afraid to do a weird thing mid-comment. No, you're all good, dude. Like, dinosaurs are one of those things that is super funny to me because, unfortunately, our knowledge on them has expanded so greatly over my lifetime. So, like, I've turned into that guy that, like, if you're young and you're learning it factually, you're like, no, we have accurate, good scientific information. I'm like, I don't care. It's not the same as when I was young. Pluto's still a planet, and they're all just dinosaurs. Leave me alone. Oh, Lord. Nival, you can always tell a fake the old world leak because they can never help themselves but to include Famir Army of Infamy guys. Totally. I want it to be true.
An evil, I agree.
True. And yeah, you're right.
Yeah, 100% agreed. But that doesn't mean it's not true.
Yeah. Sergeant Tavos, I think most forms of media, books, games, etc. profit or would profit from some more adult/not safe for work content. Dark romance is a good example.
I don't know if it necessarily needs to go into adult not suitable for work, but I don't know if it doesn't necessarily, that wouldn't benefit many as well. I mean, I've seen some attempts at this in various, let's say, settings. Take, for example, Vampire the Masquerade, rather famously during its revised edition, had effectively some not suitable for work stories published as part of its novel group. And that sold really quite well and did really quite well. But that was thematically on point because vampires, by their very nature, are quite sexual entities. Their very process of feeding involves intimacy in a way that, assuming you're not killing them, can often end up being very pleasurable. So it was relatively obvious to attach it there. Warhammer is just a big real-world-ish setting with all the fantasy added. So there's absolutely no reason that all of that stuff wouldn't be there. If you've watched if you've watched Lawhammer, you'll know that sex is apparently a relatively prevalent part, particularly when it comes to the old pleasure barge, as it has been dubbed of late. And if you take just last episode alone, it went mental.
Yes,
I mean,
yes,
it just went places I did not expect, and we were keeling over in laughter at how ridiculous it got. It was good fun, though. So, yeah.
Put it away, Gerhardt. Put it away.
Yeah, totally. Put it away, dude. It's a core component of life. So I sometimes feel it's sad that some people find it very difficult to engage with that material because it says more about society than it does about individual humanity. But yeah, it's just a bit about being human.
What I will personally say is that I think it's important for it to be a part of life that is openly talked about, because growing up, even though I grew up in a fairly like a very, very accepting, loving environment, there were certain topics that were considered very taboo, not in the sense that you would be punished, but in the sense that it just made everyone very uncomfortable. And it caused problems in life. And I really dislike when groups get overly puritanical.
Yeah.
To me, I think there is a genuine evil in taking things that are a normal part of life and trying to make them out like they're dirty or filthy and shouldn't be allowed to be talked about. I think that's genuinely dangerous. So I think that unless something is designed for very small children, like I'm talking below the age of 10, then like, yeah, sure, there doesn't need to be anything that alludes to anything like that. But like even teenagers, they're at that time in life where it's becoming relevant.
They totally are.
And you're not.
I'm trying to pretend they're not is just waiting for childhood pregnancy. It causes problems.
Yeah, so I think that allowing this stuff to exist in books, media, and stuff to allow people to engage, learn, interact, and explore is really important. I think it's very, very important. Sticks and Stones. Is it true that Skink Priest should have every base lore except life in Warhammer 3? What is the lore reason they wouldn't have life as a possible choice? Okay, so first of all, I'll say that whoever said that, no, that's not true. Because in the tabletop, you only had heavens and beasts. That's it.
Which is a choice.
Yeah. Now, me and Andy have had a discussion here on Lorebeards, if you go back to the Tenenwin stream, where a very strong argument could be made for the lore of light. Would very likely be a very, very notable lore for the Skink Priests. Now, I will say that life could be argued, but I think it's a bit of a stretch. But I think the rest of the lores are very unlikely outside of unique circumstances. Now, that being said, the tabletop game is always going to be different from getting into the nitty-gritty of the setting itself, which, you know, we've talked about a lot here on Lorebeards. It's very likely that if you were in Lustria and you fleshed it out as a true living and breathing space, that Skink Priest would probably express other kinds of lores depending on where they spawned, which old one they were spawned, like which blessed spawnings they had, and what their purpose is. But the battle game has a much more zoomed out perspective. The battle game simply says it's heavens and beasts, period.
Yep, totally. Agreed. Nothing else to say.
Hendrik, regarding interspecies marriage question, when they asked about political marriage, though, not sex/love, isn't that what happens in Lawhammer with the elves?
Political marriages with the elves all the time. That also happens in the actual setting. I mean, after all, that's what the Phoenix King marrying off to the Everqueen is. It's a political marriage that happens right at the beginning of the Phoenix King's reign and then turns into whatever it turns into. It may turn into romantic love. It may never turn into that. They may never see each other again, depending upon the nature of the relationship that's built there. So yes, that is there. We moved on from that question, though, because that question is relatively emphatic in terms of interspecies in Warhammer, and that it doesn't happen. So we moved on from that and discussed just general interspecies stuff, because largely it's something that would happen, but the books tend to just fudge over and pretend doesn't.
No. Darius had a dream that Sotek is Godzilla, Andy was Rodan,
of course,
Lindsay was Mothra, and Pancreas was Anguirus. King Ghidorah with the villain heads of Lorebeards, Face Flaya, Shawn Michaels, and Chrome Gelto. I don't believe you.
I can't believe it. Did you really dream that? I mean, did you really, Darius? could I actually say what you really dreamt about was just Shawn Michaels?
Yeah,
is that
probably
what really happened? Because that's what I feel happened.
Either that, or like you were writing like a fanfic and fell asleep in the midst of it, and it greatly affected your dreaming process. Jack Ruby, are you familiar with the old one Yakub, who created Anglo-Saxons? They're called the Yakubians. Google it for more info. Also, thank you, Sotek and Andy Goats. I will not fall for your ridiculous tricks. I won't do it. You can't deceive me. Not like this. And thank you. Sarmalian Blood Warrior, any info on the behavior of lizardmen who got separated from cities? Yes, we will talk about it.
Yeah, we will.
Because that actually is very pertinent to one of the cities that we're going to discuss today. But Source/Cross Course takes Dark Elf Slayers geeks who end up being a Talian rat hunting lizard. Yeah, we'll talk about it. We will talk about it. Ricky Chapman, having luster of PTSD from our Isekai campaign, barely survived, especially when you're almost at Swamp Town. Turns out some idiot grabbed 3 gold tablets when we left them when the Carnosaur came. Yeah, as you should.
See, I love the concept of an Isekai campaign because I've done that so many times when I was a kid. We did it with several settings, one of which was indeed Warhammer. So whenever you bring up your comments about your Isekai campaign, it always makes me smile because I'm like, I remember doing that.
Yeah, anyone that touches the explicitly don't touch treasure deserves to be immediately tripped while the rest of us run away from the Carnosaur.
Surprise, Carnosaur.
Andy, reminder, you need to write up the rules for creating appropriately powerful NPCs. Also,
I haven't done that, have I? Let's add that to my list too.
Also, I could use something to please use something to translate special characters into Wolfrip.
So if you've been keeping up with Lawhammer, we very recently had a bunch of one-off PCs for a side episode. I'm going to guess 60-something.1. Somewhere around there. It's the one where it's the one where Sage plays an elf, and I laugh because shit happened. But they were made using my super fast, relatively experienced XP rules for characters. So I could probably write another blog for that. I've already shared those character sheets up for the patrons over there, and there was a lot of chat going on about them and how they were built. So yeah, I could probably do that. I'll add it to my list of things to do.
All right, and with that, almost an hour in, we can finally get started. Oh,
only an hour in.
Actually, nope. I'm just gonna check my ornate grandfather clock. So tonight's a free-for-all AMA, good sirs. Listen. It's not our fault, okay? It's your fault, not our fault.
No, it's our fault because we're choosing to do it.
Yeah, I'm using Dino Fact. There's a species called Oviraptor, which means egg thief because its head was found near a lot of eggs. It was a theropod, 2-legged ones in a beak, so they assumed it used its beak to break eggs over. Later, it was determined that it was its own eggs.
Its own eggs.
Oh
there we go.
God. Oh my God! A case of mistaken identity. Oh, interesting. White Dwarf 300 introduced. Oh, right. Yeah, I remember the Sacred Host, which introduced skink priests of every lore except life on pages 51. So skinks of a blessed spawning. So, yeah. Unfortunately, this didn't.
I've forgotten about that.
Yeah, unfortunately, that didn't survive into any of the army books.
Yeah, but I do think it's worth noting, though, that sort of additional detail, particularly when it was dropped in White Dwarf, is the sort of thing that the roleplay game thrives on, and shows how, when we look at the army list that you get from Warhammer, they are just a very small fragment of a far bigger whole. So whenever you see an army list that says they can only do X, Y, or Z, X, Y, or Z, if you happen to be from across the pond, if they only do that, you'll find that in world, there's almost certainly not just 1 or 2 examples where they do something completely different, but a lot of them. And there'll be lots of in-game reasons for it. It's one of the reasons why when Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay is at its best, it's significantly deepening and adding to the existing stories rather than just simply trying to replicate what an army list or replicate what a particular story has said and then put it into roleplay words. It's much better when they're taking it and saying, you know, all these things in Warhammer, this is what happens when you look at it all. And they just add so much more depth and flavor.
Yeah, that is weird. They left out life. I will say that.
It's a bit odd, I'll admit.
Yeah, they really should have done like if it was up to me, it would have been they would have had the 2 base lores of Beasts and Heavens, and then their 6 main old ones, including Sotek, and you would just give one of those 6. You just give those 6 lores to those gods. Though I probably would have picked a slightly different less. Okay, the rest of these super chats I'm going to get caught up with a little bit. We've really got to get started.
Yeah, we got to get started. So, much like all of our rate thises, we've got a big long list of things to rate. And as we work our way through this list, we are going to be discussing the details that you out there, our lovely viewers, can listen to, mull, contemplate, and then decide for yourselves whether the city at hand, because today it is Lizardmen Cities, whether the city at hand deserves to be rated at the top or down at the bottom. And I won't say it would make me laugh all the time if they were all rated at the bottom because lizardmen smell, and that would make Sotek sad.
S for smell, so all S rank.
Indeed, all E rank would be, well, D ranks. I think we're S to D on this tier system. And I'm sure that if he has anything to do with it, none of them will be D at all. But that being said, we're going to be going through all of the primary Lizardmen cities, a bunch of not so well known and ruins, and also a few locations that we could argue are Lizardmen cities. You will find out about them as we go. And as always, we have them all prepped up on a let's rate it screen. Bring it up, Sotek.
Yep. Thank you very much again to Hawk Oddly, as always, because without him, this would be much bigger pain in the ass.
Yeah, I would like to give an enormous shout out to Hawk, because Hawk built this for us, which makes our life super, super easy. Hawk, you kick ass.
Yep. So, without further ado, we're just going to hop right into it. And,
well, we started with the obvious ones as well. It's look at that.
Yeah, we're just gonna go in the
order they're there.
Yeah, order they're there. Also, a big extra shout out to Hawk because, fun fact, although I was able to find symbols for cities, the texture was not good. So Hawk had to manually do any of them that are not like big and colorful. Hawk had to do by hand.
Well done. I bow down to thee, sir. That is some super impressive mouse work. For people out there who want to know a bit about mouse work inside Warhammer, the very first maps that I drew for Warhammer, I did with a mouse. Drew them all completely with a mouse because my board, much like the one that's sitting down here at the moment, is big and shiny beside me, my board had broken. So I had a deadline, I had to hit it, so I just painstakingly drew all of the stuff for the Bretonnian Knights of the Grail book by mouse, and that sucked. So there you go. Also, all the Musalem for Barony of the Damned, the big Musalem map was also drawn by a mouse. Blink and flip, it was tough.
All right, so with that, I think looking at the list of the cities we have, I think we should do them in reverse order instead of listed order.
You think
that
so?
Way,
okay, cool.
That way we kind of end with the big hitters.
So Slan Huapek?
Yeah, so we have Slot-Hopek. So Slot-Hopek is the city of mists. This city is the second oldest of the cities to be established in Lustria. And for those that are unaware, it's the most northwestern city that is still fully operational and standing. It is one of the very few that survived the cataclysm in Lustria. Now, what makes Slot-Hopek unique and compared to the other Lizardmen cities is that it is a city that is very, very heavily based into elemental magic, as opposed to the other various forms that you might find across the world. Could you show a map for reference? I suppose I could be arsed to pull up a map of Lustria.
We'll see after this one. When the vote's going, we'll decide on that one.
Yeah, that won't kill me. I guess I could do that. But Slot-Hopek is a pretty interesting place because it relies on some unique forms of defenses. The big one is, you may have gathered from the name of the city of mists, that it has a mist that is sacred to it, where the Slan of this city developed a unique system where they created this very, very, very powerful ritual. And they are constantly casting it. There's always at least one Slan that is muttering the endless incantation for the Mist of Slonhapek, and it literally, as he's saying the words, it pours out of his mouth as this thick fog that then spreads all the way around the city. And not only is it a very, very thick fog, mist, whatever you want to call it, that protects the city and makes it very hard to see. It makes it where sound is heavily dampened within, and it's very difficult to see. Like, you can pass within several yards of the city itself and not realize it, especially because Slonhapek, like most Lizardmen cities, funny enough, doesn't actually have defensive walls. Instead, it's just you're in the jungle and then suddenly you're not. You just walk onto a road. But the spooky thing is that this mist is enchanted. It's because not only is it just being created and kind of held in place, but it has things in it that are simply known as mist demons. And these are elemental spirits that are created by this ritual, that the closer they are to the city itself, the more powerful they are. But if they try and leave the mist and go outward, they grow weaker and weaker until they dissipate. And we don't know a ton about them, but one of the big things we do know about them is that they are so horrible that they don't really have like a well-defined form, because they're just kind of, to you and me, they would appear as like a living piece of mist, which when you're in the mist, the only way you can really detect them is you kind of sense movement out of the corner of your eye. Like something is moving, but it's hard to figure out what exactly. And then the guy next to you literally gets like ripped in half by some pseudo-invisible, horrible force. But the big focus that Slonhapek has is it performs two major duties, which is that first, of course, because of the mist that it has wreathing it, it protects a lot of really powerful artifacts that are contained within the chambers below the city itself. It has a lot of really solid, strong defenses. This is also where we have a couple of famous Slon. The most famous Slon of the city is the strongest of the second generation in this part of Lustria, which is Lord Huanidnitnupli, which is mouthful, who often shows up in a good number of little stories. This is also the city that Chakok's the Eternity Warden lives in and performs as like the #1 Uber bodyguard. But this city, to its credit, has survived a lot of messes. They're often on the forefront against attacks from the Vampire Coast and have dealt with the likes of Luther Harkin for many, many hundreds of years. They also, of course, survived the Cataclysm and several other invasions from various forces. If anybody basically lands, instead of on the isthmus of Pahawks, which is up, not Pahawks, the isthmus of Lustria up in the north, if you don't land up there, you are more than likely going to land on like what we would think of as like the Brazilian coastline. And if you avoid the Vampire Coast, the first big city you're likely to run into, if you run into one, is Slonhapek. So they do deal with their fair number of treasure hunters, explorers, pirates, etc. That being said, the other major legacies of the city is that their skinks specialize into magic that revolves around that same type of elementalism. So like the Heavens priests that you would deal with from the city, instead of dealing with your portents and you're reading the skies and predicting the future, these are more the skinks that are going to hurl lightning bolts at you or make it rain. The beast wizards here are going to be less about empowering and communing with animals, and more about like throwing bolts of amber spears at you and other kind of crazy things like that. But the major thing for Slonhapek is that it's also a city mystery, in that being able to traverse the fogs, it doesn't have the same dynamic as a lot of the other cities do. It's not a super bustling place. It's a more somber, muted, quiet environment because all the sound is deadened. All of the skinks moving about the city do so under a constant pale of that murky sunlight, which is actually genuinely really interesting because the Lizardmen are very dependent on sunlight as a cold-blooded species, which would, I think, likely imply that they either have to rely on specific parts of the city that maybe go above the mist in order to like sunbathe and get the energy they need from the sun and the warmth, or they have to go out from the city proper. But the major old ones that are associated with Slahapek, this one is actually a bit unique compared to most of the other temple cities, because most of them have like are traditionally associated with having like a singular patron. But in the case of this city, instead, they, I believe, have two, where it's Tephawk, who is a patron of Slahapek, and Zunki, if memory serves.
And for those of you watching, you should be able to see Slahapek sitting right in the middle of there. The City of Mist, the second built Lizardman city ever.
Yeah, but other than that, we don't know a super ton about it. It's of the major cities, it is, funny enough, the most mysterious. Like, we know the least about it.
Yeah, I mean, my long story short in this one would be, hell, it's still living and breathing and working. And that makes it pretty special in and of itself. As Lizardmen cities go, it's a fully functioning city shrouded in mystery and, strangely enough, mists. The second place built and surviving right through to the very end of the end times. So where do you think that sits on the great, I don't know, spectra of different Lizardmen cities?
Yeah, I will note, listener Chris, that blessed spawnings do not come from the cities themselves. They are gifts of the old ones handed down. That being said, some of the cities we'll talk about do have notable, shall we say, units associated with them. But Slahapek, the closest thing you would have to that were the Mist Demons, but they're not capable of leaving the city itself. They are guardians bound to it.
It's a fun starter one because it's a really good example of a Lizardman city that still stands, and there's not a lot of these. So be prepared for a lot of the ones to follow to not be standing, or indeed possibly even existing as we understand it. It's also worth noting that there may be cities that you think are better than this, so be wary of just, oh, it's one that exists, let's make it S. Do think about where you would like to put it. It's basically the big, mysterious city of the Lizardmen that has survived the test of time.
Yeah. I will say the other little fun fact about it is that it did survive both rounds of the Skaven invasion in the end times. It's actually the only city besides Heshawatl that managed to survive pretty up into the end, before it was finally, flattened by the moon falling on everything.
Well, because that does that. So I reckon this is a fairly obvious SABC in terms of it. I mean, it's not a D. This place still stands. And as much as the meme part of me would love to just add D so they could all be D just to upset Sotek, it seems to me that it's a pretty obvious SABC, unless anybody out there in the chat disagrees with us and can very quickly give a good reason why we shouldn't do that.
Yep. Funny enough, Slahapek, it actually does have like a big bad. So it has like a major antagonist, which is actually the greater demon of Slaanesh. I think he's a demon prince of Slaanesh. Slaulan, not to be confused with
Slaulan. I've forgotten about that. Yeah.
Not to be confused with the word Slan. But I can't remember if he's a demon prince or if he's just a keeper of secrets. But he hates this city. He's tried to attack it on 3 separate occasions, and he gets killed every single time, which is great, and you love to see it. Cool. There's actually a fun piece of artwork that was inspired by a story about him fighting Chalkox, which is this Saurus old blood like impaling a keeper of secrets through the chest, which is just super cool.
That's the vote just gone live over on the YouTube side. Remember, you can vote on both sides if you wish to do so. So if you've got both Twitch and YouTube open, there's nothing stopping you from voting over on both sides. Do you think that there are no better Lizardman cities than this? This is the best example of a Lizardman city. If that's the case, then clearly for you it should be an S. If you think other cities are almost certainly better than this, or this city itself could be better, is this an A? Is it a B? Or do you really think it's right down at the bottom? Screw this place. We don't know that much about it really, and there's demons kicking around. Nah, let's make it a C. It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, well, elementals, but what's an elemental versus a demon, right?
Well, quite.
It's just potato. But yeah, and it's live on Twitch as well, so make sure to go vote if you can, please and thank you. We'd really, really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, one of the things that I actually love about this city in particular is the idea that it has to keep that ritual going, like, perpetually. If any of the Slaawn pauses for any reason or stops, which does eventually happen in the end times, the Slaawn that's speaking the ritual eventually dies, which causes it to end. But the Slaawn have maintained a pretty impressive game of telephone for almost 10,000 years, which is not bad.
So while we're waiting, do we have any good super chats come in?
Yes, we do. So we left off with here, Darius with Conrad von Karstein. Okay, sudden left turn. Could maybe him being a lunatic be a form of insecurity due to not having magic? Maybe showing he's smarter than given credit. So
no, he's crazy.
Yeah, he was already fucking insane before he turned into a vampire, and being turned into a vampire just made him worse. Yep. That being said, do not confuse Conrad's insanity with him being stupid. He's not dumb. Conrad is a lot more intelligent than pretty much anybody thinks he is, except for Manfred. Manfred knew that Conrad was genuinely fucking dangerous, and that he's not dumb, which is why Manfred just left. So yeah. All right. I think we can call the vote here in about just a few more seconds. Searing Doom. I'm not a skink. You're skinks. I'm going to transmute Andy's crowns to lead. P.S. Fuck plus 40K fans. Boo me. What?
Sure. FSA is. I'm too old.
Are F sharp asterisk 40K fans? What?
Someone explain it to me. I'm too old.
Yeah. That being said, please don't turn his crowns to lead. That would not be good. That would not be
quite.
Good. Also, I think we can go ahead and call the poll. Let's keep things moving.
Okay, let's go ahead and pull over at this side on YouTube. We have got a very, very clear winner with A at 44%, CS coming in second.
All right, Twitch chat was overwhelmingly A. So up to A rank with Slaanebeck, which I think is reasonable. It's not the most exciting city. It's the only like notable playable character from there is Chalkox, who is awesome, but he's not. It's more of a we like to keep things contained and not go outside of our bubble type city.
Yeah.
All right.
Totally.
Next up, get right into it.
Chipyotl, let's go.
Yeah. So good old Chipyotl. This was once a completely normal, thriving Lizardmen city. In fact, it performed a very, very critical role within the Lizardmen Empire because it was the focal nexus point that connected Lustria to the Southlands. So, like, if you kind of think about a relay system, that there was a major telephone pole in both, or radar tower in both Lustria and the Southlands that allowed them to communicate with one another psychically, the Slaawn, doing like instant worldwide communication. But Chipyotl was very, very core to that. Now, this city, despite all of the horrors that were unleashed by the Cataclysm, it did survive. It survived the Cataclysm. They fought back the demons. They held the line. And the city held for several centuries after the fall of said city. And oh, that looks really nice. And things were going well, but there was a slight problem, which is that the Slaawn noticed something was a little off with Chipyotl. There were weird occasional geomantic disturbances. Which they kept an eye on and they kind of ruminated about, but unfortunately the Slaawn don't tend to take action quickly. They like to think, and this built up to a genuinely very mysterious titanic earthquake that hits the western seaboard of Lustria.
So again, just to confirm with the map currently on screen. So if you're watching this and can see the screen, Chapiotl, you'll see is down in the bottom southeast corner of the map.
I said Western Shore. I meant Eastern Shore. So there's a big earthquake on the eastern seaboard that totally was not caused by a nefarious undersea race of horrible creatures. And this earthquake was so bad that it causes the sea to retract for miles. Like the story tells us that the ocean went back so far, the lizardmen just couldn't see it. Like it was past the horizon for them. And they saw like great leviathans and other deep sea dwellers just laying on the exposed earth, dying horribly and, you know, suffocating because they couldn't breathe without water. And the skink priest went, "Oh shit, evacuate right now. Everybody evacuate immediately." And the lizardmen start to flee the city. There is a note that I always find funny that the Slann protest against this because they feel like the action is being taken too much in haste because they want to ruminate about it, and the Temple Guard just pick them up while they're protesting and just carry them out of the city, which is great. But unfortunately, even with the immediate evacuation, they didn't leave fast enough because the tsunami that returns is hundreds and hundreds of feet tall. Like this thing is titanic. It blots out the sun. And the tsunami slams into Chapiotl and that entire shoreline, crushing a lot of it. And most of the lizardmen, not all, but most of the lizardmen fleeing the city are killed by just being crushed by the sheer force of this tsunami, including all of the Slann. Not a single one of the Slann escape. Keep in mind like how powerful of magic casters the Slanns are and how capable they are of like rendering shields or doing other things. There was nothing they could do against such a titanic force of just nature's wrath. And when the city is destroyed, that wasn't the end of it, because after that big tsunami wave hit, the city itself breaks off of basically the continental shelf that it was holding it to Lustria, and it slides down into the deeps all the way down until it gets to the bottom of what this earthquake helped open, a giant, horrible deep trench in the ocean where it has remained ever since. But it is not unoccupied. It is not a traditional ruined city like most of the other ruined cities we'll talk about, in that there's no inhabitants. It's actually very well inhabited by a sophisticated, super spooky, unexplored race that are colloquially known as the Fishmen. And we know not only do they inhabit it, but they have continued to expand on it because Lokir Fellheart went on to lay siege to this city by using a really powerful spell that made a big bubble around him and his army. And he goes down there, fights, and apparently it was a ridiculously epic, crazy battle, and that's where he got his famous Kraken helm that totally hasn't started to Cthulhu-ify him.
Not in the slightest.
Not in the slightest. Ignore those glowing red eyes of his and the way his personality has subtly shifted, and the fact that he's gotten his head carved in half and it just regrew. Ignore all that. He's totally normal. So this one's kind of interesting because on one hand, it's a ruined dead city. So as far as Lizardmen City go, it's pretty trash. And it didn't even die in like some epic great defense. It was instead annihilated by a totally not manipulated natural disaster. But it is occupied by something else. So
Fishman.
Could argue. I'll let in.
This is an interesting one to quickly do a summary on. What we have is an ex-Lizardman City. So strictly speaking, it's not a Lizardman City anymore. It used to be, and it's now inhabited by denizens of the deep. Horrible underwater creatures that may or may not be fishmen. Now, as cities go, I feel that calling this one an S or a D feels wrong. So I'm going to add both, I think. SACD. Let's ignore the B. It's definitely not an in the middle, Jim. Let's go SACD. So if you want to memify it like mad because it's Fishman, feel free and make it an S. Make a non-Lizardman city the top city if that's your deal. If you want to be more realistic and perhaps assess the Lizardman city as the Lizardman might, this is a clear and objective D. It's one of those ones that you can very quickly say, without any shadow of a doubt, should be right down at the bottom. The city is lost. It was taken out by something that was not part of the Great Plan. So it's already on the downs, and now it's entirely occupied by a foreign force. And not only that, it drags Dark Elves in for a bit of a fight too. So if anything, it's just dangerous to have sitting down there in the southeast of Lustria. So it's up to you entirely what you rate it. I've got SACD on my side. Are you the same on yours?
Yep.
Let's go then. I have launched it. Let's grab some more super chats while we're here.
Yep. Patrick Mulligan, my personal ranking for the Warhammer Andes.
Oh, here we go.
Chambers.
Hi, Andy.
Bottom tier. Then above that, Andy Hall. Then above that, Andy Leask. Then above that, Andy Law, then above that, Andy Hall, then above that, Andy Leask, then above that, Andy Chambers, then above that, Andy Law. Oh dear, I literally need to read this.
Nice try, Patrick.
I'm sure you missed some Andys in as well, because there's always more.
The vote at the moment's hilarious on YouTube, and if you haven't voted, please do so. And it's hilarious because pretty much a third of you have gone S and a third of you have gone D, and that's really funny. So it's like, it's the best, it's the worst, it's the best, it's the worst, it's the best, it's the worst. So if you want to influence that vote, go vote right now.
Yep. And be sure to vote on Twitch as well, especially if you're watching over on Twitch. But get your votes in. We've got, boom, Magladroth. What are the benefits to becoming a dwarf friend? Was always curious what it meant and what it entails for you and the dwarfs in terms of obligations. That's actually a very good question.
Good question.
So to be a Dwarvanger it essentially means that you have earned a level of trust with the dwarfs that they consider you to almost be kin, which affords you a lot of opportunity is the best way to think of it. Of that, if you're someone that is interested in trading with them, they're going to take you very seriously. And they're going to treat you they're going to not only take you very seriously, but treat you very honorably. They're not going to want you dealing with a merchant who maybe has a reputation for trying to kind of like hoodwink humans by like the technical definition of a contract. You're going to be much more likely to be invited into spaces that people, especially humans, are not allowed to go. And if someone wrongs you, they are going to take it as personally as if someone had, especially if they're associated with the dwarf who
it's close.
Helped to become Dwarvanger, or the lord or king that made you Dwarvanger. If someone shames or hurts you, they have insulted that dwarf as well as you.
I'd sum it up as very simply, you have proven yourself not just skillfully capable. If that was the case, there's all manner of generals that have allied with the dwarves who would become Dwarvanger. Not just saving dwarves' lives. You have proven yourself to have the honor of a dwarf. And that means that Dwarvangers are not passed out very often, because very few can stand up to the scrutiny that the dwarves give when it comes to personal honor. And if you become that, then you are treated as, personably, as any other dwarf. Now, that does not necessarily extend far for some, but for some it will extend very far, especially if the Dwarvanger title is given by someone important, like, say, for example, a king. That's one of the reasons why Sigmar and his entire empire are treated differently to all the other old world kingdoms, because Sigmar and his legacy are marked out as the Dwarvanger. So, bluntly, a lot.
Yeah, it's basically you have a form of credit with the dwarfs that allows you so many opportunities because you've proven that you're a trustworthy fellow.
Yeah, and I will say that the vote is pretty much still neck and neck, so I would really appreciate if a few of you who are out there could go and vote, because only a quarter of you have done so at the moment over on YouTube. That being the case, if you vote now, if even just like 5 or 6 of you voted now, you'll influence the vote between S or D on the YouTube side, because it's that close. So if you could just pull over to your screens or your tablets or whatever else it is that you happen to be watching on just now. Do a quick tap. We'll give you a couple of extra minutes here. The main vote is doing pretty well.
I'll give y'all 2 more super chats.
That sounds good. Let's get through them.
Spider-Man, Hawk is the best dinosaur.
Thank you very much.
Hawk. You're officially dinosaur now. Tech Ruby, Andy, what god in the old world pantheon is Cain in your headcanon? Was it
Cain? No, it's Cain. It's Cain. Okay, Jack Ruby, I feel like this is a trick question. It's Cain. So Cain in the old world pantheon is the god of murder. A prescribed god that is not allowed to officially have temples in most old world nations, realms, whatever you might want to call them. However, if you go to Tilia, Cain is a very legal deity. You can worship Cain or openly have temples to Cain down in Tilia, assuming they don't go and change the background. So Cain is Cain.
The god of delay and feuds. Woohoo!
Yeah, totally. So Cain is Cain. Little else that can be said there. So we've got ourselves a split in the vote. Oh, we did do 2. Okay, so our split in the vote is we've got C over on Twitch, but we have S by a couple of 3% over on YouTube. So let's have a little look at it. It goes D at 31%, which is almost the same as S. What was your second vote over there? It was A60. Where is it? I'm looking for it. I don't see the vote. The vote's
it's already gone. But it was
it was C, wasn't it? C followed by
S.
Okay, so I'm going to say it can't be S, and we've got not S on both sides. So I am tempted to drop it down one, especially because D got so much of a vote over on YouTube too. It's almost the same. So I would say a weird A.
Yeah, I think because S overall won.
Yeah, but because Twitch got a different vote, it got quite a bit lower.
I agree that C and D did have a lot of support, so I think dragging it to the bottom of A tier is fair.
That seems totally fair. So our Chapiotl pops down to bottom of A. Now, where would I put Chapiotl? If I was being honest, D.
Yeah, I would have also put it in D.
I mean, it's clearly D.
If we were voting like coolest mysterious locations in the world,
I mean, it's fucking cool. Yeah, 100%. Really cool place. But
that's a Lizardmen city.
there's literally no Lizardmen there.
Yeah. All right.
So it's kind of hard.
Okay,
where we're up to? Shuttle?
Shuttle, the city of destiny.
Destiny.
So Shuttle is a city that has a bit of a curious legacy. It was originally built as one of the more minor cities, and it's dedicated to the old one, Shuttle, who is also the selector of destiny and is a vaguely warrior-esque god. You may be, if you remember, from the old one stream we did and stuff, that he kind of pops up and selects various champions among the Lizardmen, and the most famous of which is Krokgar. This is, of course, Krokgar's home city. And Shodol had a rather tragic fate during the Cataclysm, which was that there was all this great battle, and the Slaawn, by this point of the war, after the Lizardmen for centuries have been fighting the demons, they were slowly pushed back to their various bulwarks in Lustria, and they had a bubble over the city. But they did not know that a certain Kairos Fate Weaver had figured out a way around these bubbles. And Shodol was so the first city to fall, we'll talk about in a little while, but one of the 3 follow-up cities that fell very, very quickly in the aftermath was Shodol. Because Kairos Fate Weaver shows up, he tears open a portal in the middle of the Slaawn, essentially, and a bunch of Fleshhounds come out and kill all the Slaawn. And Krokgar, who was leading the Lizardman army rampaging around the city, could not get to the Slaawn in time, and they died. So the defenses broke down, but unlike the other Lizardmen Temple-Cities, which were completely massacred, Krokgar gets all of his lads together and goes, "Fuck these demons, we're charging out!" And this big old arrow of Carnosaurs, Colon Riders, Saurus, Skinks, and everything just plows through the demons out into the jungle, and it basically turns into a non-stop running war for the next almost 1,000 years, several hundred more years. And by the end of it, Kroq-Gar and Grimlock are the only survivors. And Kroq-Gar doesn't even make it out fully him. His left arm gets completely ripped off during the fighting. And that's it. They are the only survivors. But Shuttle, interestingly, as we'll kind of talk about among some of these other cities, was not fully corrupted. It is a ruin, and no one really currently lives there, but it's overseen by a couple of like little skink guardians. Skinks that just kind of keep eyes and tabs on it. But it wasn't thoroughly corrupted like some of the other cities we'll talk about that were like permanently twisted. Because the Lizardmen do actually update the names of their cities. You might, so Chep Yodel, for instance, hilariously, is known as the Sunken City, and you may notice the symbol for it is like waves of the ocean. That was not its original title. The Lizardmen were not such goofballs that they called it the Sunken City and then were shocked when it suddenly sunk. They updated they update the titles. So Shuttle, though, has remained the City of Destiny.
Yeah, totally. So we've got ourselves a City of Destiny, which is, bluntly, no longer a city and doesn't have much of a destiny beyond being a ruin. So what you think that rates as is entirely up to you, but I am calling it. It's not S tier. I refuse to put an S tier on that one, but it can be an A, a B, a C, or a D if you wish. If you think there can't be anything worse than what is just effectively a smoking ruin that was absolutely destroyed with only 2 lizardmen from there surviving, then drop it right down to the bottom. If you feel that there is something perhaps more romantic there, because they haven't entirely corrupted, feel free to drop it a bit higher.
1 lizardman and his pet dinosaur.
No, that's fair. Okay, so let's ABCD that one, and the poll is up.
Yep. So vote, or forever hold your peace.
I just want to bring up a small comment here because it's still a Lizardman City, says Hawk, as it is built by the Lizardmen. You don't call Carrigate Peak. Pardon me. You'd call Carrigate Peaks a dwarf hold, even if they don't hold it anymore. I do not call Nuln an elf city. I do not call Marienburg an elf city. When it's entirely occupied by something else, I don't do that because the new owners get to call it whatever they want because that's the way it is. But we don't know what it's called, so we still use the Lizardman name.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's ruins. It's ruins are what it is. Hilariously, I would not call Carrigate Peaks a dwarf hold either. I call it a clusterfuck.
I had to bring that one up because I felt it was worth saying because, time does change things.
Drusina says, all Lizardmen cities pale in comparison to Kislev.
Kislev! Yeah, quite.
Thank you, Sir Patriot. Andy, compared to most Warhammer cities, how dangerous is Coronation Street? I watched that show with my family and everyone just keeps dying.
So for everyone who doesn't know, Coronation Street is a very long-running UK soap opera. And it takes place in Coronation Street. And much like most soap opera, it goes places. And I'd say Coronation Street would fit in beautifully. Indeed, there's been more than one reference in Warhammer to it, and in particular, its most famous pub in multiple versions of Warhammer at one point or another. So, yes.
Angel Dubry, thanks for the map. Oh, speaking of which,
let's just bring it up there.
You can see
so we can have a quick the City of Destiny down in the south there in the middle of the map.
Yep. So bottom left. Dino Man. So if the tadpoles and the spawning pools came from the old ones, do the lizardmen only have a limited supply, or does the
old one weird vote
new ones? Also, do we know if the individual tadpoles are preset as Skinksaurus or Kroq-Gar, or can the spawning pool determine what they turn into? Those are all fantastic questions, none of which are directly answered in the setting. So what I will say is that what we know for sure is that there are 2 kinds of spawning pools. There's one spawning pools, the spawning pools that are above ground, that you have like the little stone stuff built around them, produce skinks and Kroq-Gars. Sometimes they have stone barriers around them. Sometimes they're just kind of like part of the swamps that surround the cities. But beneath the cities, there are a bunch of dark caverns because the temple cities go way deep underground. And in the underground caverns, that is where Saurus are produced. According to most sources, there hilariously is a short story that actually flips those. But most of the short stories have it set up that way. So I would guess that there may be you also have notes about how like the Crocscores are said to be cousins in design to the Saurus. But it's very techno magic wumbo jumbo type stuff. So I would guess it depends on the mechanical systems of the spawning pools themselves. But who could say?
Their answer is that we don't have a definitive answer, but we do for the poll. On YouTube, C wins the vote by a margin. It could as easily have been A or D, but oddly, not quite B. But over on Twitch, it's a BC tie. That being the case, we're sitting between C and sort of B and sort of D and sort of A. It's all so very close. But I think C pretty much just wins it out overall.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to be honest for reals on this one, chat. Y'all were super not helpful on this poll.
Yeah, this one is a C, but seriously, you were all over the place.
Split. Let's say high C. Let's say high C.
I mean, they equally got the same vote for D over on YouTube, so it's barely a high C.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like it seemed to win out on.
I mean, it was C, and so yeah. I mean, just C, because almost certainly we're going to rank things above it as we move on. That sounds good.
I think C for Shodol is reasonable.
Conquata.
So, you may look at that lovely map me and Andy keep pulling up, and you go, I don't see a Conquata on here.
There'll be a reason for that.
Do I see that symbol? That's because it's not on Lustria. And also, it vaguely may or may not still exist.
Accurate.
Yeah, Conquata comes from this book, which is The Shadows over Albion, where it actually is a part of Albion. And for those that are not familiar with the island, and funny fact, it's actually not in this book. It actually
it came out after at the end.
Yeah, it came up in a follow-up White Dwarf magazine that I have around here somewhere. But basically, the Albion crisis goes down, right? So Be'lakor manages to worm his way into Albion, corrupts a lot of the various truth speakers into dark emissaries, and through his machinations, he disables the mists of Albion, which allows a bunch of different forces to swarm to the island, cause havoc. Ultimately, however, the forces of order are marginally successful and manage to defeat Be'lakor before he ascends to godhood, like he always tries to do. And after he gets whooped out of the Citadel of Lead, several factions manage to build footholds on the island, where we have New Imskrank?
No, New Imskrank it was Newland. Newland. New Imskrank's up in Nordland.
Yeah, so Newland is established by the Empire. The Dark Elves set up a notable base on the north side of the island, if memory serves. And the Lizardmen, however, end up being given a rather definitive win in the later lore, which is that it says that the Lizardmen established a new temple city, which is essentially I think its name translates to something of like the City of Hope, or the city, like it translates to
Conqueror, something like that. I can't remember. It translates me now.
It does translate to something kind of cheesy. I do remember that.
Yeah, it's something like Place of Resistance or Place of Conquering or something. Place of Resistance. That's what it is.
Resistance, yeah.
Place of Resistance. There we go.
And basically, it proves to be a rather significantly notable city. So it's the first new temple city established in nearly 10,000 years, and it is pretty successful, actually.
Yeah.
Working with the truth speakers that are still there, Krokkar is sent to purge the Isle of Warmbloods, and apparently he's relatively successful. The Mists of Albion are restored a year after Conquata is founded, and with the Mist restored, Krokkar basically just opens a can of whoop ass on all of the Warmbloods that are still on the island, which some might imply that he also attacks the natives of Albion. It's not exactly clear, but
it isn't.
A lot of people die, and the city is continuing apace and is growing notably in strength and power to set up for the Storm of Chaos. When Krokkar basically gets a telepathic communication from Lord Mazdamundi say, "Hey, come home right now. because Heshwaddle is under attack by Vashnar the Tormentor. So Kroq-Gar grabs his army and he uses the Path of the Old Ones to teleport back home, where he kills Vashnar, and then he starts to prepare to go back to Conquata, which sadly ended up not getting to play a role in the Storm of Chaos, because the Storm of Chaos storyline. No, I mean the Storm of Chaos.
Well, I mean Storm of Chaos, yeah.
Yeah, because
I didn't go to Albion.
Yeah, because the story ended up actually focusing on Lustria itself, because Marathi and the Cult of Pleasure invade Lustria.
Yeah, totally.
But which was actually a super fun storyline in and of itself. But that is the last time we see Conquata, and then it got retconned, and Albion Crisis did never happen. Which means
I mean it did. I mean it gets referenced in several books later. Okay, so it's not that it never happened; it just never really properly got rewritten. So what we've got is a city that probably exists in Albion. And if they ever redo Albion, it's very likely Conquata will be a part of it. Now, as is often the case with Warhammer, Warhammer doesn't like to have one faction win in any particular area. They prefer, strangely enough, war. So what would actually happen is Conquata would be one part of a larger ongoing conflict over here, should it ever be redone. So what I would suggest is view it for exactly what it is, which is effectively an outpost. It's a new city, but it's an outpost because it's nowhere near the great old cities. It's not filled with ancient artifacts. It doesn't have all this stuff. It's an outpost on Albion from which the Lizardmen are starting to effectively attempt to terraform the rest of Albion and turn it into Lizardmen Central in the north. But they have all manner of issues. And again, if you want to know what sort of issues they might face, go check our Albion stream. We had quite a lot to say about that. This is not a great, huge Lizardmen city. Don't think of it like that. Instead, think of it as a staging point for the war that they are waging across Albion. But what this is a living place. This isn't like half of the ones we're going to be discussing here where we say, and yeah, Chaos ate it, or, and yeah, the Skaven kites got moved in. We're not going to be doing that with this one. This one is an existing outpost and a new one up in Albion. And from here, they are attempting to effectively take over the rest of Albion and possibly use it as a staging point elsewhere in their various world-spanning plans. So take that all into consideration as we go. In terms of the vote itself, I think because it's alive, we can't make it a D. So an SABC makes most sense to me. Do you agree?
Yes, I do agree. And, you know, when I think about it, funny enough, it probably actually does have a decent amount of Old One artifacts just because they built it probably on top of, like, an Old One vault.
Well, as I recall, they didn't. They took territory they could hold down in a valley or something. I'm trying to remember the story.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they weren't. And
the Old One artifacts were all held by the Druids, effectively. So they had them. So they went to war trying to get them. So they probably have some that they've managed to re-secure. But it's an interesting place. It's dynamic. It's alive. But is it as big or is it important as the great existing cities down in Lustria? If you think so, vote higher. If you think, no, this is just a place that's okay, maybe make it a B. If you think it's really good, make it an A. If you think, nah, screw this place, drop it down to C. I'm ready to vote if you are. Okay, let's jump into some super chats.
Dunman, also on the subject of dinosaurs, my favorite fossil is called the Fighting Dinosaurs. It has two velociraptors attacking a Protoceratops. Imagine a small Triceratops minus the horns. One of the raptors has big claw of the Protoceratops neck, and the Protoceratops is biting the raptor's neck. Neat. Dynamite, given that IRL jaguars are native to the Americas while leopards are found in Africa/Asia, do you think the Southlands lizardmen venerate leopards instead of jaguars in reference to Hanchi? The answer
yes.
Yeah, the answer should be yes. I can see a writer easily goofing that, but the answer should be yes.
Yeah, totally. The writer almost certainly won't catch that, though.
I just realized it's the perfect string to raise money for dental bills given the abundance of plaques. Ha ha.
Yeah, it's so true. It made me laugh when I saw that comment come in, Dino Man. And for those of you who don't know out there, I am indeed currently suffering from dental woe. I can actually feel the thrum of my voice, the vibrations of it in my teeth, and it kind of sucks. But I'm still talking because I'm an idiot. But if you fancy throwing money in our direction for dental bills, I'll happily take it today.
Yeah, any and all tips today go straight to dental.
Yeah, straight to dental bills.
Please
True fact.
nothing says the cities have to be owned exclusively by the Lizardmen for how great it is as a city.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sure Lokier loves the city for his mask. Yeah, he's like, man, the souvenirs from Chup Yodel, S tier, so good, so good.
Interesting vote so far.
Donovan, if it was active during the end times and blasted off like a rocket, would it be a space shuttle? Oh my god, that is
oh god, I'm gonna slide down.
Awful. Like that's actually good. I have never heard that before. I will give that a nice, but also
So let's have a look at the vote. So we don't have a lot over in Twitch at the moment, vote-wise, but it's currently sitting on a tie between A and B. A's just slipping ahead as I speak, but B is very strong on YouTube. If you'd like to turn it around, go jump on right now. There's not much time left to vote.
Yep, we're keeping the votes pretty fast-paced today, just because we have a lot of cities to get through.
You have a lot to get through, yeah, totally. So you've got about another 20 seconds or something.
Vote. But yeah, Conquata is one of those places that I really hope gets like. I was really happy Total War brought it back and actually spent some time even on its storyline with Nakai, where Nakai has the whole goofy thing about he can't remember if Albion happened or not, which I found very funny.
Yeah, I mean, it's a location that was going to be inside past of the old ones, the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay campaign that never got written. We were going to be using it. So a little sad to see that it doesn't pop up anywhere else. It's one of the reasons why I was going to use it. The vote has just ended over on Twitch, so I will also end it over on YouTube. Time. So what do we have over on YouTube? A clear B at 43%. Almost half of you thought that B was the right idea. What do we have over on Twitch?
We have a exact tie between A, B, which would mean
B.
B.
Yeah, that's a clear B. Conquata. Do I think Conquata is a B? Yeah.
Yep. I mean, being the first new city in almost 10 millennia is, I think, worthy of notable. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's not one of the big ones, but it most certainly is not one of the lower ones. B seems fair. So good job, everyone. What are we on to next? Oh, it's Latin. Latin. I couldn't even get the word out that time. I'm going to blame the drugs.
That's fair.
Where you go.
So, Zlatlan.
Thanks.
We are not, in case you were curious, we're not yet returning to Lustria. Because Zlatlan is actually in the Southlands, and it is known as the Hidden City. Zlatlan is it is a city that had most of its legacy developed in earlier editions. It featured rather prominently in 6th edition due to the Southlands Lizardmen actually receiving a unique army list compared to that of the Lustrian Lizardmen. We also, it also featured prominently in the 5th edition book because we got an entire storyline about Ibn Jalala's journey to try and discover a new trade route for spice through the Southlands, which resulted in him encountering the Zlatlan Lizardmen. So what can be said about the city? Well, like several of the other cities we're going to talk about today. Thank you, Andy.
No problem.
Successfully survived the Cataclysm. And it is the preeminent and most powerful city of the Lizardmen in the Southlands. It's actually a lot further south than you initially think it would be. Kind of over there on that coastal region. But the big legacy of this city is that it also was the big surviving communication point to Lustria. But when Chup Yodel, of course, fell, that connection was mostly severed, and the Slaawn are only able to communicate in little fragments, which makes it very, very difficult. Now, the Southlands does have a couple of major issues, which Zlatlan kind of represents, because we're not doing the other cities in Zlatlan because we know nothing about them.
They're just names. That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
The big things are that Zlatlan does have active Slaawn, but the entirety of the Southlands lost all of their 2nd generation Slaawn. They had one really, really big one, but he died casting a really big, powerful ritual during the Cataclysm that banished all the demons from the continent, but killed him in the process. Mm-hmm. And the Lizardmen and Zlatlan then have to rely on younger Slan Mage priests. It's even said that 3rd generation Slan are virtually non-existent in the Southlands. It's mostly 4th and 5th generation Slan. So they're notably younger and more ignorant in a sense compared to their older cousins over in Lustria. But they do the best they can. However, this has led to several issues with Zlatlan in particular, which is that down below the city in the underground caverns, you have spawning pools that are meant to produce Saurus. But Zlatlan has noticed that there are not that many Saurus being produced anymore. Mm-hmm. There are significantly less. And what Saurus do emerge end up almost exclusively being Temple Guard. So because of that, Zlatlan has to rely far more heavily on its skinks than it does any of its other populations, because they just don't have Saurus. So this has led to there being a much more aggressive, warlike types of skinks that are very Sotek embracing, because Sotek did manifest in a sense over in the Southlands, pursuing the Skaven across the ocean, whether physically or metaphysically, depending on how you look at things, and was received over in the Southlands, where he has become the preeminent god. Now, there are a couple of little fun facts about Zlatlan in particular. There is a Slan that lives in Zlatlan who has a very interesting skill set, which is that there is a skink that is not directly necessarily that from Zlatlan who discovered a very rare spawning of skinks outside the city, which is this skink chief by the name of Tichihuichi. And Tichihuichi found a group of great crested skinks, which have these really big, elaborate crests, and were clearly blessed by Itzel, the beast god, the tri-horned beast god of the old ones. And while he found these skinks, he also happened to find a freshly large hatch of the rare creature known as Horned Ones, which, funny enough, back in the earlier editions, Horned Ones were exclusive to the Southlands. They didn't actually live in Lustria, but as the lore continued in 7th and 8th edition, they decided to port the Horned Ones also over to Lustria in the 8th, because they wanted to make it a magic item, essentially, like a mount that your characters could ride. So they just sort of ported it to Lustria when originally it was Southlands exclusive. But Tichihuichi and his raiders, as they were known, his Horned One riders, would end up going north on the orders of a Slan, and they would end up working as mercenaries, where they would show up and join random armies and say, hey, we're going to fight for you guys. In exchange, you give us like this little trinket you have. Instead of asking for like lots of money per se, they would just want a particular item, which were usually sacred plaques. And you may go, well, that's kind of weird. Wouldn't most people freak out at seeing a Lizardman? And the answer is yes, most would. But there's a Slan in Zlatlan who specializes in reaching out his influence across the world and basically messing with people's dreams to say, hey,
they're all right.
This weird creature's going to show up and you should totally hire him. Nothing's weird about this.
You're going to love it.
Which is super funny. You have this goofy, mind-controlling Slan that's just sitting in Zlatlan, zapping people's brains from half of the world away. And he does this.
It's particularly goofy. I'll explain one thing why I find it particularly goofy, because the Slan of Zlatlan can't communicate with the Slan of Lustria because of the curvature of the earth, but they can communicate with the old world because apparently they forgot that it curves up there.
So yeah, apparently there's something to do with apparently he oceans are just messing with his waves or something, man. Those dastardly fishmen are ruining their IP connection. But the normal either that or maybe what this reveals to us is maybe the old world
the Lustrians just don't like them.
What if you they're just not.
They're like, I don't want to talk to you guys.
You're breaking up.
Well, no, Zlatlan who? No, sorry, I can't hear you.
That's so fucking funny.
Zlatlan's so much fun.
The Slan is much more gifted at psychically communicating with other not Slann, which is great.
Crap at doing it amongst his own. So, cut a long story short, Zlatlan is the Southlands Lizardman city. It is its preeminent Lizardman city, and it's one that has multiple problems. So be aware of that when you're doing the vote. It is out of sync with the rest of the Lizardman cities. It isn't in as good a state as the greatest Lizardman cities. Their Slann are younger. They're constantly besieged. They're just in a different place in the world. So consider all of that. However, much like I've said for several of the Lizardman cities, and of course my vote crashes just as I was about to say it, much as I've said for most of the Lizardman cities that are still alive, this one's still going. So 100% should be an SEBC, not a D, because this one's active and has managed to survive on its own, doing its own version of the Great Plan, because it's not linked to the other Slann, which is clearly nonsense if you know anything about the Slann and how they work, but whatever. They're not linked to the other Slann in the geomantic web in the same way, meaning that we have ourselves basically an isolationist group. What do you think of those?
Yeah, what I will add is two more things to consider, which you may think makes it a cooler city or makes it a worse city, which that while Lustria proved capable of dealing with Clan Pestilence and for the most part pushing them out, Clan Pestilence is to our knowledge, the dominant force in the Southlands. Zlatlan survives in spite of them as opposed to whooping them. But very interestingly, Zlatlan is also now, this isn't 100% confirmed because there's weirdness about it, but in the Sundering trilogy and in the 6th edition Lizardman Army book, it is vaguely implied that the Lizardmen of Zlatlan, for some reason, are responsible for the destruction of Karak Zorn.
Yay! Dwarf killers. Hey, dwarf killers. Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Which, who can say why? Maybe they were corrupted. Maybe
well, hey, you know, sometimes those dwarves just have to fall. All right, so I think SABC, I'm happy with that. Zlatlan is now up. So, what's next on the super chat roll? Oh, yeah.
1 second. Oop, there we go. All right, we got here. Oop, I'm on the wrong thing. There we go. Nope, there we go. Killscrub Black Grime. Yep.
Thank you very much. Appreciated for my dental fund.
thank you, Gaston, the Skaven dentist.
No one scrubs like Gaston.
Grimgato, sometimes dreams come true. Not your dreams. Never. I hope never. I hope only your nightmares. Dillian Schroeder. Yes. Yes. Clockala Dental recommended by 50 out of 2 Skaven.
Nice one, Dylan. Thank you very much. Appreciated.
He's just sitting there with his warp drill.
Yes! Smile!
Dynaman, I may have misheard, but if you said Sotek is much less well, no, he's very well known in the Southlands.
Very well known in the Southlands. In fact, according to some of the bits I remember, they got the prophecy of Sotek first. So they were actually aware of it before Lustria was aware of it. And then it all happened over on the Lustrian side, and it swept back over onto the Southlands side again.
Yeah,
as I recall.
There's an interesting note about Zlatlan that says that it's suspected that because Zlatlan fared better in the Cataclysm, they actually have a much more complete record of sacred plaques. So they're like more aware of what's going on, but it's out of sync with the Lustrian ones. And there was a theory that was posited that was really, really fun and actually rather amusingly ties into what me and Andy were joking about of the Lustrians ignoring them, which is that the Lustrian Slann are much, much older and have more seniority and power, but their records appear to be less complete. And they differ from the Zlatlan records. And one thing you learn about the Slann is, despite the fact you may think they're all on the same page, they actually argue and bicker a lot.
Yeah.
Like, holy hell, do they bicker and argue? And so the Zlatlan Slann have, in many ways, gotten on the shit list of the Lustrian Slann because they keep insisting that the Lustrian ones are wrong and that their version of all the sacred plaques and stuff is better and more complete, which it might not be, but they insist that it is. And therefore, their understanding of events is correct, while the understanding of the events of the Lustrian Salon is wrong. Apparently, Andy just noticeably jumped up in volume for some reason.
Is that still the case? Shouldn't be.
If it's still the case,
it was probably just me being a Skaven, and whenever I do Skaven, I'm exceedingly loud. That's just how it works. Apologies.
Yep. But that is time.
Is that just time over that? So it's time over on YouTube. It is a very clear A on YouTube. S and B coming in second.
On Twitch, it is an S rapidly followed by B.
Oh, interesting. I think A then sits in the middle of that quite nicely then.
Yeah, I agree. And I would put this... I
put it ahead. I might even consider putting it ahead because it is ultimately free. It is doing its own thing. And the others aren't. They're tied up with others, and we don't know a great deal about our City of Mists by comparison. So I'm kind of tempted to, particularly because S won the vote over on Twitch, I'm kind of tempted to put it at the top of A.
Yeah, I actually think I agree. Zlotlan is more active in the world than Zlotopek by like so much. Zlotopek is definitely the least outward facing of the Lizardmen Temple-Cities. Also, very fun fact about Zlotlan that I'll just point out for anyone that's looking ahead. You may notice the symbol for Chakwa is suspiciously similar to the one for Zlotlan, and that's because they are the exact same. And that's actually Total War's fault. Chup Yodel or Zlotlan never received an official symbol from Games Workshop. So instead of, I guess, just asking GW to make a unique symbol, they just took Chakwas and slapped it onto Zlotlan, and we're like, it's fine.
That'll do.
Which is very funny. All right.
Okay, so we're on to yeah.
The city of Oxiol. Or Oixol, actually, I think.
Oixol, isn't it?
Oixol. Yeah, Oixol. There we go. That's good. Good.
I believe it's Oixol.
Oixol is, to put it very bluntly, Oixol is one of the very, very majorly ruined as fuck cities.
Oh, yeah.
So it is known as the Eternal City. However, it has, despite the fact that it fell during the Cataclysm, it actually has a very, very positive legacy. Because while there's no permanent Slaawn residing there, it actually has a significant skink population. So it is a living city. There is a large amount of skinks that live there. This is actually where you have what are known as the Colchin Riders, where there are these big flightless birds that are totally not ostriches that live down in what are known as the Colchin Plains, which is where, because Lustria, fun fact, isn't actually all jungle. The jungle ends further down, and it opens up to like a great series of what's the word I'm looking for? Not plains, but it's like a great open, high, very green grassland type environment. And this is where the Colchins live. And the skinks of these lands have actually learned to tame the Colchins, and they even ride them into battle, which has led to a lot of people wanting to see Colchin riders. And actually, in my opinion, I highly suspect inspired the recently released Seraphon unit that is a skink cavalry unit where the skinks are running on bird-like creatures, which is kind of us finally getting the Colchin Riders as an actual thing, although they're in AOS and we don't have them backported for fantasy yet. But the Lizardmen of Oxiol are kind of fun because while it's mostly a skink population, they do get a lot. Yeah, the Raptidon Riders. Thank you. They do get a lot of Slaawn visitors. And the main reason for this is Oxiol, because it's at the edge of the jungle, it is able to overlook like this really large expanse of the horizon. And it said that the Slaawn will come down here and they will visit Oxiol to basically allow them to cast their minds all the way down to the southern Chaos Waste and the southern pole to basically enhance the defenses of the Great Warding, but also to pay attention to what's going on in the southern hemisphere of the world. This is like a really important location for keeping a tab on what the forces of chaos are up to. But the other super fun thing is that the Skinks of Oaksheel perform one other significant role, which has been more expanded on in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition, which is that they are the Lizardmen's main ambassadors to the High Elves. Because not super duper far south of the Colchian Plains, we have the Citadel of Dusk. I think
right
is that
down the
one?
bottom. Yeah.
Yeah. And those elves actually have semi-regular contact with the Skinks of Oaksheel, where there's even notes of that sometimes the elves will travel, little groups of them will travel all the way up to the ruins of the city to meet with a delegation of Skinks. And there's words and little things exchanged because the Lizardmen have a very vested interest in ensuring the Citadel of Dusk stays active. I mean, we've seen an instance where the Lizardmen even marched an army down there to help defend against a Dark Elf attack. But this one's quite fun because although it doesn't have any active Slann, it doesn't have an active Saurus population, and it is ruined in the sense that there's no new construction happening and there's not much in the way of repair work happening. It does have a vibrant, flourishing, unique culture of Skinks.
Yeah, Oakseel's a fun place. This is not the great Lizardman cities that we are going to be discussing with some of the others, where all of the Lizardmen with the Slann at the top, the priests, and all the rest of it are doing their thing. What we instead have here is a relatively unique culture of Skinks that are living in the ruins of what was once the Eternal City and is no longer really, strictly speaking, the Eternal City. And it's a lovely place if you happen to be a Skink. It's got beautiful views and it's got a whole bunch of birds that definitely don't look like they've come out of Final Fantasy. So an awful lot of fun here. Now, this is a living place. It's not a complete ruin. So I don't think that making it a D seems fair. So should we do SEBC for this one?
Yeah, I think that works.
I mean, it seems unfair to call it an S, but it seems really unfair to call it a D, given many of the places we're going to have here are just gone. So, I mean, possibly one of them should have been a D already, just saying, ha ha ha. But I think SEBC seems fairer. So this isn't the greatest of Lizardmen cities with the great old one artifacts and Slann sitting there doing the thing, but it does have a beautiful and wonderful, vibrant community of things.
Thank you.
You're thinking of savannas.
That's a good word for what I was thinking. Savannas or plateau. Those
plateaus. I think would have been, yeah. So it's almost like the Alps. Cool. Alrighty. So I'm going to SEBC it and start over on the YouTube side. Yeah, so if you've got a vote, fire away on either Twitch or YouTube. The vote is now live. Please do vote. It's your votes that make a difference for what we're doing here.
Well, it's so hot today. That one guy says old ones created the Lizardmen. The Chaos Gods have the Beastmen. And the world natively has dragons. I find that very interesting. Any exploration of that? So, I mean, yes, there's not necessarily any direct correlations there per se, because the Lizardmen were a very intentionally guided and created species. I would actually say that kind of makes them more of a parallel to like the Skaven, as opposed to the Beastmen, the Beastmen were almost more of like a natural reaction, a natural reaction to an unnatural event, that wasn't necessarily directed or guided, whereas the Skaven very much were guided by some form of intelligence, or at least evolved consistently enough that an intelligence emerged among them. But obviously, if you believe the Doom of Casvar story, then they were guided into existence by some intelligence. But as to how it would all relate to the dragons, I mean, yeah, they're dragons. I don't know exactly how the dragons would relate to that per se.
Yeah, I do think that there is a big story of dragons yet to be told, but that's something that will almost certainly slowly unfold as yet more dragons are investigated as the world expands out with probably the old world.
Yep. Dynaman, the Colchians are probably more inspired by the Terrorbirds that were the apex predators in South America before it reconnected with South America. Predators in South America before it reconnected with South America? Reconnected with itself, sure. About 3 million years ago, though, survived until about 10,000 years ago. The largest was the Pharos.
I used those in one of the many games I have worked on at one point. This one was called, what was it called? Maybe Far East instead of Far West or Far West. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It was a mixture of East and West, so a mixture of Eastern and Western influences in a fictional version of the Americas. And it had gigantic terror birds that were in that, and I got to draw a bunch of those on one of the maps that I did.
Yeah. To be very clear, I do not believe the Colchins were actually inspired by ostriches. It's just funny to say, but they're nothing like ostriches, other than they are big and flightless and birds. So they're kind of like ostriches, but
they're just big ones.
Yeah. And they also are like complete carnivores, if memory serves.
We've just gone past the hour. I can take pills in a moment. And yes, I am taking painkillers right now because I'm in tooth agony for dental nonsense. For those of you who are joining the stream late, I was at the dentist. I'm going to be at the dentist for the next 2 months. And I am going to be paying an arm, a leg, and probably my left nut too, just to pay for it all. Yay!
That is time.
Is it? Let me just... it's a very clear result over on YouTube with a solid B.
Yep, Twitch is also almost 100% B.
Yeah, and I think that's really fair. It's not one of the great Lizardmen cities. It may once have been and may once have intended to be, but it no longer is. Question is this great functioning, almost diplomatic set of skinks ahead of Conquata or behind, do you think?
I think I would put them slightly behind because it's more like a surviving enclave squatting in the ruins of a fallen thing as opposed to a newly being built city that's supported by like the full force of the Lizardman race.
Yeah, I agree completely. It's that Conquata is a new big city that's expanding fast and is a core component of what the Lizardmen are planning up in the north. And if you know anything about Albion, go check our Albion stream. It's an extremely important location in terms of the old ones. Arguably, much more important than some of their own cities. So getting control of that is important to them. So Conquata is an ongoing concern. Oixel isn't. Oixel is a lost city that has squatters in it. That I mean, it'd be unfair to say that it's bigger than Conquata. So I agree with your outcome there. So where are we off to next?
Next up, we have Ashlodel, the Star City, or the City of Stars.
Stars! That was really out of tune. I didn't do that. That didn't happen.
Sure. Whatever you say, man. So the Star City is a fairly important location.
Actually, while you're chatting, I'm going to go get some pills. Pardon me while I vanish for a moment and go get all my drugs.
So this city forms a very, very important note of keeping track of the movement of the heavens, notably the stars themselves. While there are a number of Lizardmen cities that are dedicated to several astrological bodies, or astronomical bodies, however you want to look at it, Ashlodel is particularly focused on the stars themselves, their placement, and their movement. And it formed a very, very key place in the understanding of the heavens and the old one's great plan and all of the various calculations that were going into everything they were doing in the era leading up to the full creation of the Warhammer world as we know it, or the full transformation, I should say, of the world as we know it. Now, Ashlodel has a little bit of a tragic history in that, much like Chupyodel, it survived the cataclysm. So despite the absolute titanic waves of demons and other horrors of the dark gods, it ultimately survived the conflict against the demons and came out okay. But there were other threats that were, of course, lurking in the world. So many thousands of years later, we get the rise of a new sinister foe, which is that of Clan Pestilence. And when Clan Pestilence rises up and starts unleashing all sorts of plagues and diseases across Lustria, eventually they get powerful enough that they decide to, instead of just unleashing diseases and staying mostly hidden, they go on the offensive and start actually attacking. And the first city to fall to a true act of aggression, a military attack, but from Clan Pestilence, is Ashlodel. So the Skavens swarm out of a different city that we'll talk about later, and they crash into the armies defending Ashlodel, which have been very heavily weakened and debilitated by several different horrible diseases. And ultimately, the Skaven are victorious. They poison its spawning pools, and they basically made the city not really survivable anymore. That being said, Ashlodel, in the years following the defeat of the Skaven, there were attempts to refound it. So there were Slann that moved in, there were Skinks that moved in, they started repairing various buildings, they started performing rituals to cleanse various issues, but eventually these efforts were abandoned, not necessarily because they were impossible, but because after the Slann reconsulted among themselves, they decided a different city needed their attention more. So Ashlodel was ultimately abandoned and left behind, except for two really, really key factors. The first are the Hermit Lords. So the Hermit Lords are that in the city of Ashlodel, there are 4 great pyramids in the northeast, in the cardinal directions. And on each of these pyramids is a big old pillar of the most of the hardest, toughest obsidianite, which is the Lizardmen's fancy form of obsidian that's like obsidian, but it's like way cover. And on top of each of these pillars is floating a single Slann. So there are 4 of these great Slann Hermit Lords that are very mysterious, as no one knows why they're up there, but they're simply up there contemplating something. And no one has been able to contact them. The other Slann have tried reaching out to them. They never respond. They don't seem to talk to each other. And they are all surrounded by a magical barrier that not only magically sustains them, so they don't need to eat, they don't need to drink, they just sit there surviving. But they are up to something, and we have no idea what it is. And it's sadly one of those mysteries that was not revealed in the end times, which it should have been. But we never discover what it is the Hermit Lords are doing or looking for or channeling. But there is one other notable legacy to Ashlodel, which is, interestingly enough, the Chameleon Skinks. Despite the fact that the Skaven poisoned the underground spawning pools where all the Saurus come from, and several of the above grounds, they didn't get all of them. And there's actually several spawning pools located around the outskirts of Ashlodel that survived. And when the Chameleon Skink, Oxiodal, returned to Lustria, these spawning pools suddenly, kind of out of nowhere, all reactivated and started producing Chameleon Skinks. And Ashlodel has the highest population and production of Chameleon Skinks to be found anywhere in Lustria, which is very mysterious and is never fully explained.
Yeah, Ashlodel is an interesting place because it is, I mean, at heart, a ruined city, but it's a ruined city multiple times over. It's being conquered by Skaven, by demons, by zombies. Pretty much everyone's given a good go at flattening this place, and they have ultimately succeeded. It's now a ruin with built-up remains and bits of Lizardmen left in the place, but not in the way that we have in any of the great cities. That seems a fair summation, don't you agree?
Yep, and it's just got some really, really fucking weird Slann that it's very funny to imagine the city falling to various forces throughout history and them seeing that Slann and like trying to like throw rocks or something at them. And it just doesn't work. And they're like,
although it's worth noting that in the Lustria book, so this is the one for 6th edition, they mark the place as being literally dismantled without a single brick left. that was originally there. They pretty much wiped out entirely, and Lizardmen came back in again afterwards, and then rebuilt up, and we got ourselves our hermits doing their thing again afterwards. So there's various versions of this, but bluntly, it's a city that's fallen repeated times, yet still somehow is producing a bunch of chameleons, has its own little hermit lords thing going on. So it's not entirely dead. Although if you take a look around any of the maps, you will generally note that this city is marked as one of the ruined ones.
Yep. And because of that, I think it should be ABCD.
I agree. It's a clear ABCD. This is a ruined city, but it's a ruined city that's still active in some fashion. And it's a ruined city that has been in the past utterly destroyed. So this isn't the original city and we get to see it lasting for 10,000 years or whatever. This is a city that has been destroyed again and again and again and is now a barely rebuilt ruin that is still producing some lizardmen.
Yep. And with that, we can fire away.
Who is up? Right, super chat time.
Yeah, we left off with here, off topic. What would happen if a Grail Knight received the Blood Kiss? Turn into a Giga Chad Blood Knight or something else entirely? I don't know if the Red Baron was a Grail Knight. So the Red Duke, was not a Grail Knight.
Yeah, and the answer to this is that the Giga Chad aspect, shall we say, comes from being a Grail Knight, which is ultimately the blessings of the lady, which would no longer apply. But all vampires are Giga Chads anyway. So the answer would be, yeah, it's going to be a Giga Chad. They're going to have all the skills that they once had, plus more. So yeah, it's going to be pretty goddamn nasty, but they're unlikely to be carrying all of the benefits that they once had as a Grail Knight.
Yeah, and it would be very much a dice roll as well, because Grail Knights, as we've talked about in other streams, especially the Lady of the Lake stream, Grail Knights and the Blood Dragon stream, Grail Knights don't have like a consistent amount, like they don't have a consistent line of abilities that they acquire. It seems to be based on unique aspects. So like you might have a Grail Knight that, because of his unique mutations, essentially,
controversial.
He purifies any attempt to, like, the blood kiss just doesn't work on him.
In fact, I think that is a really likely outcome, because trying to drink the blood of a Grail Knight's likely going to kill the vampire at hand.
Yeah, you could have a situation where it just causes the Grail Knight to die. He just dies and he just stays dead. Or, like Andy said, you could have a version where he becomes a vampire, but I don't think he would be able to effectively carry over his Grail Knightedness to undeath, but he would still be an absolute nightmare. Yeah,
it depends entirely on the Grail Knight, and the benefits that they get for being a Grail Knight are exceedingly unlikely to pass on.
Dinoman, also the Savannah area of South America, south of the Amazon rainforest, which is the real world version of the Coastal Plains. It's called the Pampas.
That's the word we were looking for, Pampas.
That
Argentina, I
thought, gave me like a very slight flashback to 7th grade geography class, very briefly. That blasted me back 20-something years. Gaston says, so I'm planning a chameleon skink as an agent in the Empire for a campaign. What city would fit as a spawning point, and does it have a notable salon? So,
you could just choose
any. You could. But if you want to go with the city that's most heavily associated with chameleon skinks, it's Axolotl. Yeah. But he could come from anywhere. He could even come from like a secret spawning pool that people didn't realize is there somewhere in the old world. Because old one stuff is fucking everywhere. As for notable salon, the closest thing he would have to notable salon if he came from Axolotl would be the Hermit Lords, but they very explicitly don't talk to anybody.
It's coming to an end over on Twitch.
Yeah,
it's coming to an end on YouTube. So YouTube has got a clear C at 53%.
And Twitch is a clear C at 50%.
Okay, so Axolotl is a very clear C. How do you think it compares?
I think it is slightly above Shodel because it is still in some ways occupied and active.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly above Shodel. I don't think that's particularly controversial. That is good to me. So we're ready to move on to Loquatl.
Yeah, the totally real, not fanfic insert. But y'all did bribe us, so it's
Loquatl.
So, Loquatl. Obviously, the city is somewhat still mysterious, as the records garnered by Imperial scholars have not been fully updated yet. Another expedition is required in order to truly understand its nature. But Loquano was a city that we all created together on a stream that you can find on
I don't know. It's on one of the channels. I think it's on your one.
Yeah,
I think it's on your one.
Yeah, you can just look up Lorebeards Temple City.
Yeah, you'll find it.
But Loquano was the name we came up for it, which means functionally vaguely translates to the City of Dread.
Dread.
And this city we decided to build up in the Southlands, up amidst the mountains, notably higher up and a bit out of the jungle compared to the standard.
So if you look on the map, look at the Great Sandy Desert, and where it dips down beside the plain of Tuskers, for those of you who are looking at the map directly, it's sort of tucked into the mountains down in at the northern point of the jungles there.
Yeah, so probably like a little ways east or west, rather, of the Golden Tower of the Gods.
Yeah,
somewhere up there. But things that we decided about it is that it is a city that revolves very heavily around concepts of death. And that it's got, we put some pretty cool features amongst it.
Yeah.
For instance, it has a defending valley that we based on a real world natural phenomena where basically there are heavier than oxygen or heavier than standard air particles that gather in this valley that are visible and also cannot be detected with most senses of smell. And you walk into this valley and don't realize that there's no oxygen down there. And because your body can't detect, or human bodies at least, can't detect when they don't have enough oxygen, we just can only tell if we have too much CO2 in our blood. You think you're breathing normally, and then you just keel over and die. Which is super fucking spooky, and a thing that exists in the real world, which is also fucking terrifying.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
We also have that the city, of course, has its own great legacy of a Dread Saurian, and that it's got a cool setup of 4 big pyramids that are dedicated to several old ones, but one with some of the pyramids being slightly ruined, but one of the pyramids contains some kind of horrible great evil that may or may not be related to the great necromancer himself, and the Lizardmen are desperately trying to contain it, despite all of the dangers that come with it. But really, it's a city that we recommend you to go check out that stream for, but it's something we created. It's still live in the version that we made. It's still a functioning city. It still has Slon and Skinks and Saurus.
Yeah, totally. So you can choose yourself where this one goes. It's one that we made up during a stream, and we made it up with everybody who was watching at the time. It's a city down the Southlands, which means it's one of the, shall we say, lesser cities in the greater scheme of things, with Slan, who are not peak Slan that you find over in Lustria. They are isolated, doing their own thing, and not part of the greater geomantic web. They are literally doing their own thing, and they are centered around dread and all of the horrors that can come with being Lizardmen. They have their own problems that they're also dealing with. So this is not a hold that's in a perfect state. It's kind of at war with all the general issues you get down in the Southlands, including clan pestilence, and also has a whole host of problems which we can just wrap up with one word: undead. But it is still alive. Now, it's up to you where you pitch this, as is always the case with our Still Alives. I suppose an S is fair, an SABC. Although if you vote S, I will be going, really? That feels a little bit like favoritism.
Resist the nepotism vote.
Yeah, quite. But it is a place that is surviving. So if we're dropping this into it, where do you think it fits? The vote is going live. Loquatl.
Yep. That being said, you may just be like, I just like the vibes. It was on Sotek channel. Great.
I'm watching the vote already. Oh, man. So, yes, do please vote if you are out there. Oh, man, yeah. At the moment, around about 10% of you have voted over on YouTube, and it's already heading towards S. If you would like to mix that up a little bit, please go voting in. Oh, it is catching up super fast. So, yes, do make a vote, please. So, do you have any super chats to bring up?
Yes, we do. Strigoi Boy says, Red Duke, not Red Baron. Red Baron had other issues in The Witcher. Also, is a surprisingly decent pizza brand.
If you say so, sure.
They're not bad. Like the mini pizzas are reliably pretty decent, which is not bad. If you're just hungry, and that's all the Red Baron is. It's totally not based on anything else. Sean Schultz. Which Lizardman city has Chipotle? Do all have it? They do. It's a skink owned franchise. But they use insect meat instead of regular meat.
Yum. Just noting it's super close on YouTube. Both S and A are at 35%. So if you're out there in a place where you can vote, do please vote.
Any animal similar to Megatherium or other giant sloths, should they exist? Yes.
Do they? Not that we have so far, but I definitely think they should exist. It feels like the sort of thing that would be in not just that area, but possibly in other parts of the world too. And my browser's crashed. Let's just restart that again.
Yeah, it would not be unusual to find them in like Lustria, Southlands, Koresh, Dragon Isles, maybe even the Mountains of Morn, if they're able to adapt to cold climates. Nagaroth.
Yes.
Are fairly unexplored.
Yes.
Donovan, 2 varieties of skinks that would be cool to have. Basilisk skink that can run on water, and gecko skinks that have cling pads that can climb sheer surfaces. Okay, well, chameleon skinks can already do that.
Yeah.
Chameleon skinks can already climb sheer surface, no problem. They got them weird hands. Which you may go, I don't know if chameleons can do that, and the answer is doesn't matter. Chameleon skinks can. But a type of skink that can run on water, that would be cute. That'd be a fun. I mean, they're aquatic, so it kind of feels unnecessary because they can like swim and breathe in water. But I mean,
yeah. Move on.
Necromancer Kobold, what type of blessed spawning would your city have? So, unfortunately, that's not how blessed spawnings work. Blessed spawnings are not based on the cities themselves. Now, you could say that the city maybe tends to have like a higher rate of a certain type of blessed spawning. And I believe that when we discussed Lacottle, the general idea we landed on for like the old one that was the ultimate patron of the city was Potek, who is the old one that wards against unnatural things and undeath. So he's an old one that is explicitly or he wards against the supernatural. That's what his gimmick is. Which, made sense.
Votes in, and YouTube has a pretty clear A, although S was creeping up fast.
Twitch also landed on A, with S being 1 vote behind.
There we go. So, Loquatl, our own made up Lizardman City.
I will be nice to y'all, and I will put it above Chup Yodel, but no higher.
That seems fair. Yeah, I can live with that.
We get a $50 tip. In which case, I will bump it up.
If you put that up to S, I'm shaking my fist at you. But at the same point, dental bills.
I will S rank it for $50. All right. Next up, we got a fun one.
Quetzal.
So Quetzal, the Defiled, which you may go, that's a bit of a spicy sounding name, and you're right. It is. Yeah. It's very unfortunate. Quetzal used to be a very impressive defensive city that stood for the god Quetzal, who very much is a warrior god that focuses on concepts of defense and survivalism. But unfortunately, it did not fare well during the Cataclysm. And it was one of the 4 cities that was ultimately destroyed by Kairos Fateweaver, using his very nasty tactic of ripping open a dimensional rift into the realm of chaos itself that demons would pour out of and kill the Slod. And this city got massacred.
Really bad. Yeah.
No one escaped. There were no survivors, no great heroes. It was ultimately just a tragedy, and the demons wiped it off the face of the earth. They didn't destroy all the buildings, but they killed everyone inside before moving on. And so it remained for many years. And this led to a slight issue, which actually, no, that's not true. Hold on.
Intense. Wait.
What?
Intense ultimatum.
$51. Put Lacuddle in a new tier. Oh my god. Oh my god. He wielded a great and terrible power. The likes of which we have never seen on Lorebeards before.
We're adding a whole new tier just because of you. I love that intense ultimatum. You kick ass.
And
Thank you very much.
F tier for get your fucking nepotism babies out of here. And so falls the dreaded puddle.
Oh, nice one. Thank you very much. That's enormously appreciated.
Just spiked it.
The lowest of the low.
He truly is offered an intense ultimatum.
That was brilliant. Thank you.
That's great. Awesome. Thank you so much. If someone wants to undo that, we will accept it for $100. But anyway, so Ketsa, I had a slight memory fuck up, actually was not destroyed by the dimensional portals. They were actually the first city that managed to resist it, because one of the Slann managed to send out a warning telepathically saying, oh shit, this is the tactic they're using. And all of the Slann corrected the error in their defenses so that Kairos could no longer summon a portal. And Ketsa proved to be ready to deal with Kairos' problem, and he wasn't able to get in. But it fell in a unique way, which is that enough of the Great Warding, enough of the temple cities along the geomantic web had been damaged or destroyed, that the barrier around Ketsa was not as strong as the Slann hoped it was. And while Tzeentch may have failed, Nurgle stepped up to the plate. And those microscopic magical diseases managed to sneak their way through some tiny holes in the barrier surrounding the city. And a great, horrible
raging pacifist!
God! Oh my god!
You've broken me.
I don't have an appropriate color.
Maybe it's the drugs, but I can't stop laughing. Holy shit! Thank you so much, raging pacifist.
It's pretty fucking funny. Oh my sweet god! There is an actual nepotism tier now, which is the double S tier. Unleashed by the raging pacifist.
Thank you so much.
We can go back to F for $150. I don't know.
Right. So, Quetza.
Yeah. So good. Yeah. It is truly the sugar daddy tier. Good lord, that city has never worked a day in its life, and it's sitting up in that double S tier. So thank you very much. We really do appreciate it.
Yeah, really do. Thank you so much.
Jokes aside, thank you both so much. So
my dentist appreciates it.
Yeah, really. Yeah, it's not actually going to us. It's the true tragedy. Ketsa did not fall to the shenanigans of Tzeentch, but to the depredations of Nurgle. Disease invaded the city. There are noted to be at least 4 different horrible magical plagues that eviscerated the defenders, infected the Slann, and caused so many of them to get ill that they could no longer keep the defenses up, and the demons broke through the barrier, leading to an utter decimation and massacre. With the city wiped out, the diseases were so bad that Nurgle had unleashed in this location that the Lizardmen decided it could not be refounded, and the city was abandoned. Now, that would have been bad enough if that's where the legacy ended. But there's a second part to this story, which is that many thousands of years later, a new species arrives in Lustria, not from riding on boats, but from following tunnels deep beneath the earth, so deep that they go underneath the oceans themselves. And the Skaven arrive in Lustria. And the place where they end up re-emerging up closer to the surface is beneath the city of Ketsa, which was at first really bad for the Skaven, because not only were they introduced to all sorts of horrible new jungle flora and fauna and the somewhat natural jungle diseases of Lustria itself, which Lustria had been heavily enhanced to make it a hellhole that has all sorts of nasty tropical diseases, but there was also all of the lingering effects of the Nurgle diseases that had been unleashed here. Nurgle's legacy remained, and the Skaven were bombarded with horrible, terrible plagues that drove them mad. And in their desperation, they continued praying to the Great Horned Rat until they received an epiphany, which is that they believed that, to TLDR it, they had discovered a as of yet unexplored aspect of the Great Horned Rat as not just the god of ruin, but the god of pestilence. And they embraced him. And through their embracing of the Great Horned Rat, they gained not just survival against these diseases, but strength. And so was born Clan Pestilence, who built up a titanic undercity beneath Ketsa, rose up like a horrible, unstoppable horde, and unleashed a war that lasted for a full century against the Lizardmen, nearly killing them. The city itself, of course, the Skaven would flee from Lustria after they lost the war against Tehinowen, and the city's tunnels would be flooded with legions of rabid serpents. But it wasn't enough. The Skaven would return another 2 millennia later. And this time, instead of facing up against Tehinowen, they ended up facing off against Tedoecho, who did the very logical problem solving of going, I'm just going to throw a fucking comet at it. And spoilers, it actually worked pretty well. And he turned the ruins of Ketsa and the Undercity below into a giant fucking crater. And a lot of the Undercity collapsed in on itself. But even despite that, to this day, the Skaven are excavating beneath Ketsa and are slowly but surely rebuilding their forces in Lustria in preparation for the final war, the war to end all wars. And there are even terrible rumors of some other terrible creature that may be down there, a demon perhaps, who may have long ago made a bargain with the Skaven and given them something, or allowed them to, or gave them the ability to steal something that is what truly birthed Clan Pestilence. But who could say for sure? And if you're going, that sounds interesting, I want to know more about that, go watch the Lorebeards stream on Lord Skrulk for more information.
Lord Skrulk. It's a good one too. Do like Lord Skrulk, and it was a really good stream on him as well, if you haven't already watched that one.
Yeah, that was one of our, that's like an S-tier Lorebeards stream. That one's really
good. It's a good one. So Quetza is an entirely, appropriately enough, defiled Lizardman city. It fell way back at the beginning of effectively time and has been reoccupied since then by the Skaven and has become a heartland for them, even though they lost the war which should have driven them out. It is not what we might describe as a top tier Lizardman city these days. So I think it would be entirely unfair to have S in that rank. How does an A, B, C, D sound?
That sounds super good. Yeah, because to be frank, it's not even like that great of a Skaven city because so much of it is collapsed.
Yeah, it's just a mess.
Okay, it is a diseased hellhole.
Yeah, it's entirely up to you where you rank this, of course, because it's always up to you. But seriously, it's a D.
If you're there's gonna be those hardcore Skaven fans that are like S. But
okay, the poll is up. Please do vote. It makes all the difference for, pardon me, our final vote. I can barely speak there.
Good. You're right.
There we go. I'm off again.
Super Arlock says, I'm always biased. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, to be fair, technically everyone is always biased, but
I mean, as technicalities go, it's a fair one.
Yeah. Dino Man, to answer Darius' question about the Megatherium, weirdly, we kind of addressed this in Locado stream because the Therizinosaurus is basically the dinosaur version of a giant ground sloth. Given they have fluffy feathers and giant claw hands over 3 feet long, the two animals are similar size. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah,
and
that's
we loved that shit. It was great. Thanks, Dino Man.
That's where we associate with the city because that's how the Lizardmen get up these like extreme crags and stuff. So they ride these giant, like, sloth dinosaur creatures, which is great. Locado has fallen. Millions of skinks must die unless it hasn't by the time you get the super chat. Yeah, by the time we get the super chat, it is actually
it went right back up again in its own ridiculous tier of SS.
Yeah, life could not be better in Locado right now. Apparently, it's the greatest city in the world. And Nurgle stepped up to the plate, the Acker plate, if you will. Boom. Boom. What is the best geomantic website? Only Slans. Yes.
Oh, well, there we go. Only Slan. Yeah. I'm, now, because my brain is stupid, I am literally imagining that. I didn't need to. Thanks for that.
Yeah, the Slan being like,
seriously, thanks for that.
It's been a stressful day. I just need to relax for like 30 minutes. I'm gonna tune into the Only Slan webways that no one else knows about.
Okay, our vote's got around about, I don't know, about 30 seconds or so left on it. It's looking like it's pretty heavily D. Now, if you think this cursed, defiled, terrible place should, for whatever reason you think, be higher than a D, then do please drop in and vote. Or if you think it should in fact definitely be a D, again, do please drop in and vote. Your votes make all the difference. Currently about a fifth of you voted over on YouTube.
I'll just say one more time, thank you very, 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 very much for the generosity from Intense Ultimatum Region Pacifist. Thank you both. Super generous.
That was super nice. Thank you so much, both of you.
Donovan says, "You're welcome." I didn't. No, I didn't. Thank you.
Yeah, I kind of did. I didn't mean to. Thanks.
Since the Lizardmen don't even have genitals, do they just make feet pics?
Look at my feet.
They just gotta work with what they have, right? Oh. They just gotta work with what they have. Okay, Twitch is done. So that's time.
Ended. It's a very clear D on both YouTube and Twitch, as it should be.
Good choice.
Okay, so we're about to move off to a slightly less named location. We're about to head over to the Dragon Isles.
Yeah, so this is not a city, but there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
The Dragon Isles, for those that don't know, are a set of islands that can be found just south of the Darklands. And we actually know, thanks to various little descriptions and various army books, that they use
just north of that ship that's in the top right-hand corner. Up there.
But they are a small collection of islands that are said to possess very exotic flora and fauna. And people that have explored there make mention of horrifying saurian creatures that will literally just kill, murder, and devour anything and everything they can get their hands on. And the Dragon Isles are revealed in the Lizardmen army books to have once been a notable location for the Lizardmen, kind of following that like east to west path across the world of going from Lustria to the Southlands to the Dragon Isles to Koresh, essentially, and then back to Lustria. And the Dragon Isles, due to their size, didn't have a lot of cities. They maybe had one or two, but during the Cataclysm, they utterly collapsed. And the horror show was that while the Lizardmen survived, the Slan didn't. All of the Slan, every single one of them on the Dragon Isles was killed. And this caused a very unique problem that revealed an interesting aspect of the Lizardmen, which is that without the Slan to guide them, the Saurus and Croxagors, notably the Saurus, of the Dragon Isles devolved. And they basically lost their sentience and seem to have broken down into what maybe they were before the old ones uplifted them. And it basically quite literally says they go feral to the point where they are these horrifying predatory creatures that kill and eat any skinks that spawn, because the skinks are just a not as powerful species and don't have that symbiotic system in place that is supposed to protect them. And anyone that tries to go to the Dragon Isles will find nothing but death.
Yeah. This is a super easy one. It's Warhammer's equivalent of, as like Lord Chris puts it, Jurassic Park, where all the lizardmen are there to eat you. And I think it's accurately described as what it feels like if the lizardmen had been uplifted by the old ones. This place very much feels like the spawning pools have broken. Yes. And all of the benefits and additions that the old ones added have been lost. And all we get now is rampaging, horrific lizardman creatures rising up from the Dragon Isles. It's a pretty easy one. I mean, it's not strictly speaking a city, but it is a place where an awful lot of lizardmen are. So you can rate this as you wish. I mean, what do you think? I mean, it's S tier clearly.
I would probably go A, B, C, D because it doesn't have a functioning city any longer.
No, it doesn't.
It does have functioning spawning pools that are out of control, which is super interesting because one thing that's actually this kind of proves, which is really fun, is that between the Zlotlan storyline, which actually talks about how the Slaawn could adjust the spawning pools, but they don't because they think it's the will of the old ones. That the old ones cause the spawning pools to activate at certain times, and that's just it. There's no way they can be messed with. The Dragon Isle seems to suggest otherwise, of that the spawning pools are broken machines, which means they theoretically could be adjusted.
Yeah, I find the whole concept of the Dragon Isles quite interesting. I've used it in roleplay a couple of times. It's a fascinating place. But in terms of our vote, where we're voting what are the biggest, bestest lizardman cities, it feels hugely unlikely they're going to be rating high. But of course, if you choose to rate it high, feel free to do so. You ready to start on your side?
Yeah, fire away.
Then let us start. The poll has begun. Do please, if you're out there watching us live, drop your comments.
Necromancer Cobalt says, G-Tire for Great Horn Rat. I think he's just sitting down, farting away on his eternal F tier or Z tier probably double Z tier, getting eaten by Sotek's tier. Though if you go back and check our Council of 13, he was sitting up in S tier for that one at the very tippy top, I might add, because of course he was. Lich Lord Chris, welcome to Jurassic Park. Wait, I mean the Dragon Isles.
The Dragon Isles. Yeah, this one's going to be a pretty obvious one. At the moment, the vote over on YouTube is looking pretty heavily D. And over on Twitch, it's currently split between C and D. So if you're wanting to influence the vote on either side, you can just go over to Twitch right now if you're currently watching on YouTube. Or if you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, you can go over to YouTube and vote over there if you wish.
Yeah, you can double dip. We don't care.
Yeah, we don't mind. Feel free. Vote as you will.
I'll answer a couple of random comments I see here. Raging Pacifist, I always wonder why Kugoth starts there. The reason Kugoth started in the Dragon Isles was basically because A, it's the jungle, so like you have like the jungle diseases and stuff, and B, because the mouth of ruin is right there. So the justification that the devs use, because I actually had a chat with them about it once, and I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense, is that the river ruin is just dumping out such horrible, awful, toxic, just that it's started to poison the Dragon Isles. And that caused enough rampant disease and awfulness that Kugoth basically gets the ability to manifest there. Which, like, sure. Sure, why not? Donoman says, in addition to what Sotek said, with the lack of the second generation Slaawn and Zlotlan and complete lack of the Dragon Isles, it almost implies that part of what the Slaawn, or at least the older ones, do while meditating is activate/control the spawning pools. What's interesting is this conflicts with the Lustrian lore. Where the Lustrian lore, the Slaawn there very emphatically hold to the idea that the old ones pre-designed all of the spawning pools to go off whenever they want, and cannot be messed with. Now, what's cool is that Age of Sigmar actually gives us an answer to this storyline, where it's revealed at the end of second edition. At the end of first edition, that nope, I lied. It is the end of second edition. So at the end of second edition, there is a skink character that we follow through a series of short stories. And what's revealed is that he does adjust the spawning pools. That the Seraphon, who, to put it frankly, are infinitely more powerful and advanced compared to the Lizardmen, just because AOS is just a bigger, more powerful setting. They have figured out how to control the spawning pools, and he deliberately adjusts them to make the Saurus that are being produced more aggressive and more powerful, essentially, even though it causes some potential downsides, which ends up having ramifications later. And that actually is part of the storyline of why the Saurus got new minis. It was kind of an evolution of the Saurus into this more powerful form, which is just fun.
And in terms of our vote over on YouTube, it's a very emphatic D.
Twitch got an exact 50-50 between C and D.
Well, I suppose that makes it a clear D, but maybe slightly better than Quetzal.
And it's definitely better than Quetzal. Like, it's not a horrible hellhole of everything the Lizardmen stand against. It's just the Lizardmen have gone out of control.
Alrighty then. So with that done, let's move on to Chaqua.
Yeah, Chaqua, the city of gold.
Chaqua.
So Chaqua has a pretty fascinating history. Like the name implies, it is a genuine city of gold. They had really, really easy access to it. And the Lizardmen use gold more for practicality. They don't ascribe any particular like value to it other than like our world's gold. It's actually very, very resistant to forms of weathering. So because of like the humid climate and the tropical rainstorms and everything, they use gold for preservation as opposed for like, jewelry. So the Lizardmen of Chaqua had access to by far the most gold. They had massive gold mines, and they plated their city in gold. The streets are made of are plated in gold. The buildings are plated in gold. The signposts are plated in gold. There's gold fucking everywhere. But Chaqua is relatively close, as you can see on the map here that Andy pulled up. It's almost right smack in the middle of Lustria. Yep. It is relatively close to the city of Quetzal the Defiled. And unlike Quetzal, Chaqua survived the cataclysm. They did okay. They survived it. They repelled the demons. They managed to hold on and did pretty good.
Although I'm pretty sure almost the entire population was wiped out, as I recall. That's running back to, I'm going to go check up the Lizardmen army list while you're saying. Pretty sure they were wiped out. I'm going to check it up.
But in any event, Chaqua was a city that it has its own salon. It had this notable skink population. During the eras leading up to, so not like right when the Skaven arrived, but leading up to them, the Slann of Chaqua were basically going through their own sacred plaques, and they realized that they had a unique one. The Sacred Plaque of Chaqua, also known as the Prophecy of Sotek, was a unique sacred plaque that detailed the rise of a serpent, a great mighty serpent god. And it also talked about the rise of a horrible race of ratmen, and that they would bring pestilence and disease to Lustria, and there would be a great terrible war that would end in the emergence of this great and mighty serpent god, and that as many offerings as possible would need to be made to him, and it also made mention of a twin-tailed comet. And the Slann looked at it and went, "Oh, okay, that seems really important." But the Slann also realized that they were the only city in Lustria that had any mention of this prophecy of Sotek. So the Slann were worried, because it was potentially possible that if the other Slann...
Just found it. Page 8 in the 6th edition, Chaqua got completely slain by demons. So, as did, according to this one, Huatl, Tlaxla, pardon me, and Shrottle.
That's...
that is interesting, isn't it?
I wonder if they refound it, because that would be before the Lustria book came out, which reintroduced Hinwin's story, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. Yes, it would, just before. So,
I wonder if
an interesting bridge to make there, whether they just rewrote it. I knew I had in the back of my mind a memory of it being written somewhere.
Yeah, that's it. So in 7th edition, it says that Chaqua survived.
There we go.
And that it doesn't fall until what we're about to get into.
So that takes precedent. It wins.
Yeah, that is super interesting though. That means they changed the storyline for the Luster expansion, I guess.
Well, while you're doing that, I'm going to go check up 8th edition as well while I'm at it, because it'll be something to do.
Yeah, that's fair. So in any event, Chakwa has this group of Slan. They consult the plaque and they realize that that none of the other Temple cities have it. So out of concern for the other Slan thinking that maybe, or like wanting to see it for themselves and to seize it, or even perhaps claiming that it's false. So basically saying, oh, that's clearly like that's some sort of plot by the Dark Gods or whatever. The Slan of Chakwa decide to hide it away and not think about it because they decided.
Okay, so I've got 8th for you. 8th claims that Chakwa did survive and the City of Gold, but eventually later falls to plague and is wiped out entirely by Skaven.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, which is what we're going to get.
Excellent. So nice to check it up.
Yeah. So, all right. So survives the demon conflict. So anyway, prophecy of Sotek happens. They hide the plaque. And unfortunately, they don't think about it until a little too late, where the Skaven start rising up and there's like notable increases of disease among the skinks, and the Slan are like, that's kind of weird. And they start sending out scouts who capture some Skaven, and they make a horrible mistake, which is that the skinks, some of whom have started to spawn with these bizarre red crests, start bringing Skaven captives into the city of Chakwa so the Slan can basically analyze them. And by doing this, they doom themselves because these Skaven were infected with horrible diseases. Most notably, I believe it was I think it's like I want to say it was the yellow fever. I think was the main one that decimates Chakwa. And this disease goes rampant, not only through the skinks, but the Slan. And the Saurus and everything. But the Slan get really sick. And the Slan start to go, oh shit, this is the story. This is the prophecy. But they're so ill at this point, and they have these horrible fevers, they can't really communicate to the other Slan. And as they're dying, and the Temple Guard basically take them down into the deepest crypts of Chakwa to make them into relic priests and protect their remains. The last thing they see through their roomy, pus-filled eyes is the twin-tailed comet just barely starting to appear in the night sky. And after the Slan die, the Lizardmen are left leaderless, and this is where none other than Tehenowin rises up, who was already.
This is a small side. Go watch our Tehenowin stream. It's awesome.
Oh yeah, it's baller. It's super duper good. So Tehenowin rises up as he was already a skink priest, but he finds the prophecy of Sotek and he deciphers it and raises up and starts proselytizing. And he basically causes a movement. And he gathers up all the red-crested skinks and what other survivors there are in Chakwa and says, we're leaving. We have a great mission, and they abandon Chakwa completely. They leave the city, and Chakwa is never refounded. Tehenowin leads all the survivors out, and they never return.
Yeah, so the story of Chakwa is one of war from the very start of time, which, according to one army list, wipes it out entirely. But I think it's fair to say that if we want to include all of them together, it means that the city didn't fall per se, but most of it was wiped out. It rebuilds through the course of time after the cataclysm until eventually the Skaven come, and it becomes pretty much a center of Skavendom. From that point onwards, disease wipes it out. They leave the place and never return. The City of Gold is lost. Another one of the great defiled cities of the Lizardmen. Where do we place this one, do you think?
Well, it's
pretty obvious. It's fallen, so it'll be another A to D, I imagine.
Yeah. It does. It did produce a positive legacy of producing Tehenowin and the red-crested skinks and the start of the cult of Sotek. Yeah, but it's
fallen. This place there is no Lizardman here. Just to make sure, in the greater scheme of Lizardman cities, there's not one here.
Yeah, there's actually like a small group of skinks that just maintain a perimeter around the city to make sure nobody goes in.
Yeah, quite. So I'm going to start the poll on an A to D, no matter if you love Sotek and desperately, because it is pretty much the birthplace of the cult of Sotek, desperately want to put it up higher. Here it comes with an A to D. Go get your vote in.
Peter Osborne, thank you for the super chat, asks, why is it called the Dragon Isles if it's full of dinosaurs? So here's a funny thing. The name of the Dragon Isles is named by the people who have gone there, and they saw these horrible saurian creatures and said, those are dragon people. those are
if you want the real reason, it's because the map where the Dragon Isles was named predates the Lizardmen. There's the real reason.
That is the IRL reason.
Later writers came along and went, nobody's bothered detailing the Dragon Isles. Oh, let's make something up. And they did. And they gave the Dragon Isles a great population of rampant, out of control saurus. So that doesn't mean there are no dragons there. There very well might be. There is the big dragon graveyards to the north of there as well. So there definitely feels like there should be some sort of draconian nonsense going on there somewhere. But the real reason is because it predates the Lizardmen as we understand them today.
Yeah, personally, I do really love the idea of somebody being attacked by them, being like, those are obviously fucking dragons. Those are obviously dragons.
A really interesting split in the vote. Now, not many of you voted at the moment, so please do go vote over in YouTube, where I'm watching, and it's currently split between A and C. Okay, now, if you think this dead city is one of the best cities, then sure, continue with your A's, but if you think the A is silly, do come in and give us a counter vote.
Yep, make sure to please get your votes in. We're about halfway through the timer on that. Godzilla 2021, since the spawning pools are active, that means the city theoretically could be rebuilt to full status after subduing or killing the feral lizardmen, right? Possibly. It's likely that if the spawning pools are genuinely out of control, which they might well be, they might need to be repaired, which very well could be beyond the ability of the modern lizardmen.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, could be, yes. Likely, probably not.
Dino Man, pollution causing disease is an interesting thought. You could argue that pollution is somewhat on the border between Nurgle and Slanesh, giving it's caused by an excess of industry.
Yeah,
but I mean, show me dark gods that don't have hilarious, ridiculous overlaps with each other, and I'll call you a liar. Veritas M. Hey guys, first time snagging a stream. Well, welcome, Veritas.
Thank you so much for coming by.
I want to say you guys revitalized my love of Warhammer and writing. Thank you so much. I'll ask a question soon. Oh, well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Deeply appreciated. And thanks for watching.
Donovan, was Chakwa ever visited by two scam artists from Estalia called Miguel and Tulio? Almost assuredly, yes. It has to. It has to have been. Otherwise, I don't want to live in this world. Veritas M. Stupid question. Why are there no cities to the left of the mountains if there is a reason? That is not a stupid question. That is a very good question. So looking at the way the map is designed, the logical answer would be that the left side of the spine of Sotek Mountains is a desert. It's not jungle. It's a very arid, hot region, which the lizardmen would probably struggle in a fair bit, as they like really humid environments. It's also probably harder to defend. But, I mean, the real answer is that Games Workshop just never put anything there. But if you're looking for an in-universe answer, it would probably be because of the climate.
Climate. It's 100% the climate. And the climate on the other side of the mountains does not suit them. And that's almost certainly set up by the old ones a long time ago. But I do feel that the various books that have discussed Lustria should have done a lot more work for what lies on the other side, because as it currently stands, it's a bit empty.
Yeah.
It's also one of the most fascinating places in its real world equivalents.
Yeah, they very much
over down in Chile. Yeah,
drop the ball on that one.
Okay, so vote. It's a pretty clear A, which makes me laugh, over on YouTube, which is crazy for a city with no lizardmen in it. But C is coming up close in second.
Yeah, time is up.
And Twitch. It was over on Twitch. A C. Interesting.
Yeah, Twitch was all over the place. Yeah,
it was a pretty clear C on Twitch. Okay, so that being the case, then I imagine splitting the difference and going B seems the wisest choice. Okay, so let's get rid of that, bring that up.
I agree, and I think I would put it at the
Deep bottom. I mean, it's in the bottom. There's none living there. You can't put it above somewhere where there's actually lizardmen doing their job. And both Oixel and Conquata are doing the thing, where Chakwa is dead.
Yeah, they're active cities.
Yeah, totally. So where are we off to now? Oh, Planxla.
Yes, off
Planxla. Dang it, I did it. That thing that I promised myself I wouldn't do, I did.
Tlaxla, the city of the sky. So Tlaxla is actually kind of an interesting city. It is not built like most Lizardmen cities, where you're just kind of like walking around the jungle and then you just kind of walk into the streets and it's just like a big centralized complex that then slowly kind of goes outwards. Because it was built over the river Amixon, which I'm just going to call Amazon for the sake of ease. The river splits the city in half. And to be very clear, this river is fucking huge. It's super wide. It's a very, very, very wide river. If you've ever seen the Amazon River in our world, it is colossal. And it's bigger in their version. The Warhammer world is bigger. So the city is split on either side of this titanic river. And the reason for that, and the reason it's called the City of the Sky, and its symbol is that of a pterodactyl wing, or a pterodon wing, I should say, is that the city was the primary location for beasts of the air. So it was where pterodon rearing was like initially very, very heavily done, and it has these great eyries. And unlike most of the temple cities, where you have the fatter part of the city is closer to the ground, and then the higher up you get, the more narrow things get, Tlaxla is almost the opposite. It's almost more like an hourglass design, where the higher up you get above the jungle canopy, the bigger and bigger the city gets, which has led to an interesting thing of that Tlaxla technically is a ruined city. It technically fell during the cataclysm. However, the city was in many ways functionally rebuilt after the cataclysm, but the Lizardmen didn't bother rebuilding the ground level areas. They only rebuilt and functioned the areas at the very, very tippy top, because that was the lifeblood of the city, where it's all about the pterodons and the flying beasts of Lustria and the skinks that work as messengers that are constantly going out doing scouting missions, moving messages between the various cities, transporting what materials they can between the various cities. And it's basically like the post office of Lustria, functionally, the grand post office. But despite the fact that it is seen as a quote unquote ruined city, it actually has a fully functioning, bustling set of skink barrios that are all in the upper section. So it has a fully thriving, living skink population, and it's where they have thousands upon thousands of pterodons, riperdactyls, and other flying creatures that they're constantly training and preparing for war or various things. And it's a busy place. But the funny thing about it is the city is still constantly like discovered by explorers. It's actually one of the most discovered cities because they just follow the river. So they follow the river all the way inland, and they eventually discover the city. And they try to loot the lower portions, but it's already been looted. It's already been. Yeah. They look at it and go, "Okay, I guess nothing's here," and then they leave.
And they're wrong.
Completely missing the city above them.
So Tlaxla is a ruin as a primary city. It doesn't have Slan and organizing everything. It doesn't have all the ancient spawning pools down there doing what they used to do. The entire city fell during the cataclysm. However, the upper ranks of it survived, and all of the flying creatures that we know the skinks particularly adore riding continue to nest and roost up there. So the skinks move back in up there and continue to this day to live in the area, because there are just so many pterodons et al. Living up in that area. It's a central point of breeding them in the entirety of Lustria. It's a super cool place, but it is not a fully functioning Slan city. This is not part of the Great Plan working. This city has completely collapsed. The entire bottom parts of it are in complete ruins. The only parts that survive are effectively the Ares, I suppose, for all the great flying lizardman creatures up at the top. So where do you think that ranks?
Well, so it's
I mean, it's
technically
both
ruined.
destroyed and not. I mean, technically a ruin. I suppose we should remove the S from it, shouldn't we?
Yeah. I think we should remain consistent here.
Yeah, we should.
But if that's something that you value as, oh well, technically it's a living city, then simply vote higher.
Yeah, totally. So A, B, C, and D. Alrighty, let's bring up the other screen so we can see that.
Yep.
Where are you going to place it, everyone?
We've got so votes are up. Please vote now or forever hold your peace. We're actually making pretty good time. We're working quick. We've only got
Yeah, we're doing all right.
Kobo, did Luther Harkin set up a base in Huaddle? If so, then that's clearly the best Lizardman city. Yar me hearties. We will get to Huaddle. It is on the list, and you will find out when we get there.
Oh yeah.
I'll leave it at that. Hannibal,
Yar.
Lizardman, based on dragons. The old ones picked lizards after all. I mean, maybe, probably not, but maybe, but probably not, but maybe.
Yeah.
One of the things that's really funny about the dragons of Warhammer is you would think, based on just like common stereotypes, that the dragons are cold-blooded. And that they would, as such, prefer warmer environments. But we know that's not the case in the Warhammer world. They actually prefer colder environments.
Underground, deep beneath the mountains.
Yeah. Which is weird because that would almost imply that they're not cold-blooded, but they're like hot-blooded.
Yeah. There's definitely something going on there.
Which would definitely make it seem like they are not at all related to the Lizardmen in any reasonable way, other than they're both scaly. But I don't know. It's a really interesting question.
It is, and good that you bring it up as well, Hannibal.
Dino Man, given the size of the Amazon, it should be navigable in Total War. I agree. That's something I've kind of lightly poked them about, and it's something they very well may do at some point in the future, but not at this exact moment in time.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. As rivers go, it's almost an inland sea in parts.
Yeah,
and it's also this great serpentine flow that splits up into so many separate branches and reconvenes and splits again. Yeah, it's a big area.
All I'm saying is that if Total War allows me to sail the River Reich with my armies, which it does, then the River Amazon should be allowed to be saleable. All right, time is ticking, so make sure to get your votes in if you haven't already.
Have a quick look at how it's going. So at the moment, our votes are suggesting, it just crashed. But I'm pretty sure B is currently winning over in YouTube. It's now come back again. So yeah, B is currently winning over in YouTube. If you think that's unfair and it should be higher, go drop your vote in on A now. If you think that's way too high and it should be lower, go drop it in C. And if you think it's right, do please add your vote to B.
Jack Sand says, I feel like it should be a higher ranking since it's the single biggest information hub in Lustria. Also, it could be a big supply hub for goods traded among the temple cities. You have an excellent point.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, it's an important place.
All right, and that is time.
Right, heavy B over on YouTube.
We had a heavy A on Twitch with a little bit.
Interesting. With a little bit of B. So, given we have far more watching on YouTube, I say it gets the weight and it tends into a high B. How does that sound?
I agree. And this one's very similar to Oakshul. It's very similar to Oakshul, actually. They're kind of like sister
but
cities.
given the vote, I would put it. I'd be tempted to put it up higher. I mean, I don't disagree with everyone.
I think that's a good way to honor Twitch's vote.
Yeah, I think so.
Because it and Oakshul are practically mirrors of each other. It's just that Oakshul has like Colton riders, whereas Tlangsha is more about the flying stuff. But I think Tlangsha has more importance to the overall Lizardman empire than Oakshul does.
I think that's fair.
All right, next up, Pox, the city of Ash.
Here we go.
So you may guess by that name.
This is going to turn out well.
That it is not necessarily in the best place. So Pox is a bit of a tragic place. The Slann who ruled here were unique. They were said to be the absolute masters of temporal magic and the ability to manipulate time. which unfortunately blew up in their face. Because uniquely among the Lizardmen cities, Pawhawks had a very specific downfall, which is that during the Cataclysm, there was a great, terrible battle around the city. And the Slaawn here attempted to use a very powerful temporal spell. But because the winds of magic were going wildly out of control and everything was different and horrible and awful, the Slaawn did something they normally don't do. They miscast. And this miscast was particularly devastating because what they functionally did was a two-pronged incident. The first was that they accidentally rolled the god tier version of a double one on the miscast table. Yeah. And all of the Slaawn, along with all of the people around them in that part of the city, instantly were teleported into the realm of chaos. Just gone. They just popped straight into the realm of chaos itself. The rest of the city got caught in the shockwave of this miscast spell, which basically caused the entire city, all of the attackers, and all of the inhabitants into it to instantly age many thousands of years. And everybody died. Just fucking everybody died instantly. All of the Lizardmen completely just dissolved into ash and dust. All of the buildings weathered, crumbled instantly. Even the demons were not spared, and their have to obey certain aspects of reality bodies were crumbled away, and just everything just went poof, pretty much in an instant. And the Slaawn of Pawhawks, unfortunately, were ripped apart and devoured by demons within the realm of chaos. And all of the city was instantly killed with one exception. Good old fucking Oxiodal. Yeah. A singular chameleon skink who was with the Slaawn when they teleported into the realm of chaos. But he was clever, and he survived and spent the next, if memory serves, 5,000 to 6,000 years walking from the realm of chaos all the way home to Lustria. And it took him about 5,000 years.
How'd you do?
Which indicates that the realm of chaos did something to him, because skinks normally die within 100 years naturally, totally. And Oxiodal just didn't. He just made it home. And he's basically Lizardman Rambo, because he spent a lot of that time in the Chaos Waste and being actively pursued by Fleshhounds, and just said, nah, fuck that, and got away, which is hysterical. But for the city itself, unfortunately, its legacy is quite tragic. It was believed that Pawhawks was the only place where chameleon skinks could spawn. So when the city was destroyed, most of the Slaawn believed that the chameleon skinks had gone extinct. That what few of them remained were all there were, and there would never be any left ever again. But when Oxiodal returns to Lustria, this ends up not being the case. And the chameleon skinks start to respawn all over Lustria, notably, as we mentioned, in Ashlotl. However, Pawhawks has since started to be re-explored. Chameleon skinks started returning to the city, re-exploring it, finding its various lost treasures and other things. And in very, very recent years, parts of the city have been successfully re-inhabited.
More than once. It's happened 6 times.
If
we go, it's happened a lot. So because this place didn't get wiped out in the same way that some of the other places did, effectively, spell went bad, everybody died. But the actual pyramids themselves remained intact. The place has been refounded in an attempt to get it going again multiple times, and fallen multiple times. If you take a look at the map there, you can see where it is, sitting right up in the isthmus. Pawhawks, right up the very northern
very
west.
Close to Lord Osmundi.
Yeah, totally. And there's a few things to say that can be summed up with: the place got wiped out during the Cataclysm. They attempted to refound it several times, and it fell several times after that. But the core of the pyramids are still in place. At the moment, it's considered a complete ruin, although they keep on trying to get back in.
Yeah, there's actually a funny thing of that. when they come back and re-inhabit it, a lot of the times they've left, it hasn't been because someone attacked them. It's often been because the slot will suddenly go, oh, time's up, time to leave.
Yeah, totally. We need to go and do something else. It's
seemingly out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's somewhere that's never really been repopulated. But this is, unlike some of the other ruined cities, this isn't one that's been dismantled. This isn't the great fallen apart ruin. Instead, this is a city that's just very old with a lot of its ancient edifices still intact, which is why it's a prime site to be potentially brought back together. It's one of the few cities that can claim its pyramids have never truly fallen. But the city itself is basically a ruin.
And somewhat hilariously, it wasn't any bad guy that got it. It was just a oops when trying to cast the spell. Watch out for your miscast, kids.
Yeah, super fun one. So I think it has to be an A, B, C, D. It can't be an S because this is not a functioning city.
I agree.
This is nowhere near as bad as some of the others, which are basically hell pits. This is not a hell pit. This is the sort of place that, you know, if it was in the real world, tourists would turn up to and have a wander around and say, look at these fun, exciting ruins. Oh, that pyramid is still intact. Wow, I can climb up it. That's pretty cool. But it doesn't have a large functioning lizardman population. Instead, it's just a few that might pass by and then move on again.
Yeah, I actually find it interesting that like the chameleon skinks explore it as treasure hunters, essentially, not for the sake of glory, but to just recover things that are buried and hidden in there. Because the city just kind of got nuked, essentially, by a nuke that didn't destroy the buildings. It just wiped out all living matter, essentially.
Yeah.
A fun fact about it is that while he no longer lives there for obvious reason, there actually is one surviving Slon from the city of Pahawks, who is a second generation Slon, and it's Lord who went into Nuclei, who we spoke about with Slonhapek. He wasn't there in that particular spot when the bomb went off, essentially. So he moved, understandably. All right. Let me look for any more.
I think Dinoman dropped something in.
Yes, he did.
Thank you, Dinoman.
Oh, man, thank you very much for all the bits, by the way. Miscast spell causing death, rapid onset, extreme aging. I say to the Slon, you have chosen poorly. They picked the wrong chalice. They picked the wrong chalice.
Oh, the vote's really, really, really close at the moment over on YouTube. It's balancing out between A, B, C, and almost D too. So if you'd like to influence it, do drop in. Not many of you have voted. We're currently only at 10% who are watching live have voted. So if you are out there at the moment over on YouTube and would like to influence our overall vote, do press those buttons now.
Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Pahawks in Armenian means my guardian. Fun.
Ah, there you go.
Truly, Oxiodal is the great guardian of us all.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I would Pahawks. How would it be pronounced in Armenian? Pahawks.
I don't know.
I'm not too sure either.
Hellforger, I would assume because you know that perhaps you speak Armenian. If you would love to throw out a pronunciation guide, that'd be slick.
That'd be pretty dang cool. That'd be awesome. Okay, is the vote done? Oh no, not quite. We've got around about 15 seconds left or so.
A little bit more time.
Pahawks.
Okay. Oh, Pahawks. Interesting. So cool. the X is actually quite hard.
Pahawks. Thanks very much, Hellforger.
As opposed to the typical like SH. Was Gian? I want to say that's a city that appears on the Southlands map, or maybe one of the old Lustria maps.
I'm not aware of it off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm not aware of it either. I don't think it's a city that's been explored.
Can you tell me where that one's from, Peter Osborne? That'd be super appreciated. Okay, the poll is coming to an end. It is a clear C over on YouTube.
It is also a clear C over on Twitch.
It's on the Lustria map. What, this one here? Have we missed something? It's right. The Royal Palace of Ganian at the top.
Okay. So yeah, that we know basically nothing about it. Unfortunately, I don't recall there ever being anything written about it. And it also was not brought back for later maps.
No, it wasn't.
Now that doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't exist. It just means that nobody's done anything with it yet.
Yeah, totally.
But based on its placement, I would say it's probably related to the Amazons.
That seems fair. Given its placement,
it's right up in their ballpark.
I'd be very tempted to attach it to that if I was writing that area.
Yeah. Plus,
okay, so where are we going to put?
Would not use a term like Royal Palace. That's not something they would do.
It's a really Amazonian style.
I would definitely put it below Ashlotl. But I mean, it has
in between seems fair.
Yeah, like it has two surviving legacy characters as opposed to, well, you know what? There's been attempts to refound it, whereas Shuttle's just been totally abandoned.
Yeah, so I think that's fair. I mean, it's come back multiple times, so that seems fair.
All right,
we'd like to move to Clash.
Clash.
It's got a lovely name.
Yeah. So Tlash is the city of ghosts.
Ooh.
And to put it really bluntly, it is exactly what it says on the fucking tin. Tlash was a city that fell during the Cataclysm. But unlike some of the other cities that had a notable legacy of either being absolutely obliterated or they survived, Tlash was a brutal, drag-out, punch-up fight. It was a fight to the absolute bitter end, where instead of it being like a massacre once the Slann died, there were Saurus in the streets fighting, punching demons in the face, demons gutting Saurus bisecting demons, and they fought to the absolute bitter end to where both sides were functionally massacred. It was a Pyrrhic victory for the demons in the extreme. And apparently, there was something happened at the city of Tlash. There was some quirk to either the nature of the city itself, or perhaps a spell that was cast that the Slann weren't really able to learn about. But for reasons that are left and known as mysterious, Tlash has a quirk, which is that at certain times of day, notably dawn and dusk, when the world is in twilight, you might say, eerie specters appear in the city. And for those that are visiting, what you would functionally see as you're walking around is you would start to see ghostly manifestations of terrible leering demons facing off with stoic Saurus that to this day, thousands and thousands of years later, are still fighting. And it is a great mystery whether this is simply a strange temporal castback where you're simply seeing like after images of what already happened, or if instead the fight is still going, but it's happening in like a separate dimension that can only be seen at certain times. And the Slann themselves have no idea which one it is. And the Slann are so perplexed about it that just in case, the Slann once a decade will make a physical journey to the city of Tlash where they will cast a ritual. And using this ritual, they pour magic, mostly I think Quaish magic, into what they believe is the defenders. So they pour as much magic into these spirits as they can to bolster them in the hopes that if it is a battle maybe happening in the distant past and there's some sort of temporal gateway, maybe they can strengthen them enough so they'll win. And the city will end up suddenly, time will change and the city will end up having survived the cataclysm instead of falling. Or if it's in an alternate dimension, they are empowering these lizardmen to win in this other universe, this other place against a seemingly endless foe. But the fate of the city is a genuine, true mystery. No one knows what actually happened at Tlash because no survivors escaped. But something
there is one Slann left who comes from there, because that's the Slann that leads the delegation that does it all. If assuming we go all the way back to the original army list for it.
I would say that is very much still the case, but I would also say it seems likely he probably doesn't know what happened exactly.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So yeah, we've got ourselves a super cool story here, which is Lizardmen ghosts facing off against ghost demons. And various visitors have come in through there, and there's been attempts to both take it by various invaders and also to defend it, obviously, by the Lizardmen themselves. And the city is in a constant state of warfare. That war has never come to an end. The fall from the cataclysm has never truly stopped, but the city itself is a ghost town, quite literally, a ruin. There is possibly a single surviving Slan Lord, whose name I forget. But he's mentioned all the way back in, I believe, the 5th edition, if I run off the top of my head. I've not read it for a while. Pretty sure it's the first book. And he's the one that goes through and leads the group that are attempting to revivify the spirits on the side of the Lizardmen to face off against the ghost demon from times past. So it's an ongoing fight. It's pretty cool, but this is not, again, a living city. We don't have Lizardmen doing Lizardmen things here. What we have is ghost Lizardmen doing ghost Lizardmen things. So what you think that rates, that's up to you, but it is, in general terms, a ghost city.
Yep, it does make for a very, very cool story.
I'm going to go check up the 5th edition because I want to know that dude's name.
Sure. While you do that,
he's got a funny name. I found it already because it's right there. It's Shitley.
Oh yeah, Lord Shitley.
Oh no! Oh, you can trust the old army list to have terrible names. Shitley.
Wow, what a great surprise that.
Oh my god! I wish I hadn't looked it up now. Oh, why did I look that one up? Holy shit.
I can't possibly imagine why they never brought him back. What a surprise.
His name's Shitley. Oh, man. Well, he Shitley led the Lizardmen there because, well, they all died and became ghosts.
Oh, my God.
Shitley.
Shitley. Oh, my good Lord. This is why a lot of people are like, Sotek, you're such a Lizardman fan. I want to note, thank God, when I started, it was already 6th edition and not 5th edition. I would have hated 5th edition Lizardman.
It's worth noting, it starts with not an SH, but an X, but it's nevertheless Shitley.
Yeah. God, 5th edition Lizardman book is terrible. It's such a dumb book. Oh, my God.
Oh, that was amusing. Anyway, do we have any quick bitsy, super tatsy things we can grab into before we see how Shitley does? Does it do Shitley? Holy shit, a lot of people seem to like this place. It's going to A and B at the moment over on YouTube. If you don't believe it should be A or B, then get your vote in now.
Yeah, that's
hilarious.
So much worse than even like Lord Chili Pepper.
A or B. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it's voting A and B.
Donovan, speaking of Armenian, the Piatek is a mythical creature in Armenian mythology, which is basically a demigryph. That is very cool. Ooh,
that is,
man, you
could
play around with that in a really fun way by having like a natural demigryph species somewhere in Lestria. That's really cool, actually. Donovan, I think it would be cool if during the end times the Battle of Talash managed to re-manifest in the real world. Then it would then reflect that battle was only accessible at the dawn and dusk of the world. I agree. It's a bummer they didn't touch on it because it was rushed, of course, and yada yada. But yeah, no, I very much hard agree. Get your votes in, quick. Poll's almost over. At the moment it is hilariously B over on YouTube, even though there's not a single living Lizardman in there. Yeah, currently, it is D on Twitch. Which is
interesting mixture. Oh, interesting swing of the vote. If you want to influence that, go either vote on YouTube or Twitch right now. We don't have that long left. There's only about 10, 11 seconds left.
He could not have shown up at a worse time.
Hey, Pancreas. Shitley the Slan.
Shitley the Slan.
Oh, it made me laugh.
God bless him. He did his best.
Perfect time to arrive.
Is it really a surprise the other Slan didn't want him there, which resulted in him living when he has that goofy ass name?
Oh, man.
People won't take it seriously if you're here, man. And that is time
Time, then it's a very clear B over on YouTube, which is hilarious. What have you got?
We had a 42% D, 25% C.
Okay, that being the case, then I think we split the difference and drop it as C.
I concur.
But it seems to be in pretty good company as a C.
I think it's more interesting than Shodal, but it doesn't have any living active inhabitants, so it's below Pahok's Nashlodal.
I think that's fair. So we've got ourselves a lovely C as we move on to Huatl.
Yeah. So Huatl, which used to be known by different titles, but is now known as the Awakened. And Huatl is one of the cities that fell during the Cataclysm. It was actually one of the cities that was dealt the horrible death blow by Kairos Fateweaver using his nasty teleport bullshit trick. There were 4 notable cities that fell to it, one of which we're not to yet, but it was, I want to say, Shodal, Huatl, Tlunxla, and the one we haven't got to yet. But Huatl was devastated. It was wiped out entirely, massacred. And it sat there for a long time, basically being untended, just existing on the eastern shore. But then something notably changed, which is that a fresh foe arrived on the eastern shores of Lestria. Luther Harkin and the Vampire Coast. And depending on which version of the story you read, doesn't really matter, but we'll say for the sake of this story that Luther Harkin started running around and doing stuff, with the Lizardmen not necessarily noticing him right away. And he eventually makes his way to either near or into Huatl itself, where he starts messing with Slann artifacts. And one of these artifacts fucks him up real bad. If you want to know more, go check out our Vampire
Go
Coast
check our, because, it doesn't go well.
Because, oh boy, he got messed up.
Oh, yeah.
And after this, he became enough of a current threat that the Lizardmen realized he needed to be dealt with. And the Slann all look up at the sacred plaques. They look up at the great the placement of the stars and the celestial bodies, and they come to a decision, which is that Huatl, the time has come for it to be refounded. And so a great exodus is set out from several Lizardmen cities that all march to Huatl, and they go to town rebuilding the city. It is not just like, they're not just fixing up the buildings, but they've made so much progress that they have fixed the Eternity Chamber, and a Slann is currently in residence in Huatl.
Yep.
The spawning pools are being tinkered with. The temples are being rebuilt. The skink barriers have been rebuilt. The pens where they keep the dinosaurs have been fixed. The city's defenses have been upgraded. And Huatl now stands as the primary defense system and the notable point of defense against the encroaching undead hordes of the Vampire Coast. And it is, despite the fact that it fell many thousands of years ago, now, as far as we can tell, functionally it's very similar to Conquata, basically.
I think it being generous and Lizardman focused there, I don't think I'd call it a functioning city. I'd say it's more of it's been reinforced. Rather, it's almost like, Conquata, I think, is a really good example. It's somewhere that has completely fallen, and it's in disarray, and it's still got, obviously, all those ancient ruins, and because of the terror of the Vampire Coast, it has been reinforced since then, and it's not exactly a functioning city, but it's equally not the mess that most of the others are. So I'm not exactly sure where to pick this one. This one almost feels like it should be like a split. I mean, is it an S? Can it be called an S? I mean, it can't be called a D either, so where do we place this?
I think this one is okay for SABC because it it is rebuilt enough that there is a living Slann there. He's not there
there
for
is one.
Like a big fight. He's there contemplating doing work.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So we'll do it on SABC. Where do you think this one lies in terms of all the other cities. Let's bring them all up so you can see where all the others have been placed. The poll is live.
I'm going to go grab a drink really fast. So give me...
That sounds like a good idea. While you're doing that, I'm going to take a quick look to see if I can find where was our last super chat. I don't... so where was our last one? It was the Piatek, I think, which means we should be on this one. Dynaman says, I think it would be cool if during the end times, the Battle of Clash managed to remanifest in the real world. It would then reflect that the battle was only accessible at the dawn and dusk of the world. I agree completely. In fact, I don't just agree. I think that's something that should have happened. But as we've discussed multiple times when we discuss the end times, there are so many stories that clearly should have been resolved in the end times that weren't. And we can understand why, because they didn't have that much space or that much time to collate everything together and give it the send-off that it needed to have. If we believe what we've been told by most of the people who were working on it at the time, originally it was going to be this great project that lasted over multiple books, far more than what we got. But that didn't occur. Instead, it got rushed out in preparation for what was going to come after with Age of Sigmar. So thus, these sort of stories never got the resolution that they almost certainly do deserve. Godzilla says, Pahosh, fighting to the end like Cadia. Yeah, I think that's absolutely spot on. So I'm going to take a quick check to where you all see. Oh, at the moment, it's very clearly an A over on YouTube for the current overall vote. In fact, after A is S. Do you think this is one of the best Lizardmen cities that there are?
Got a little bit longer to vote.
As it currently stands, you are placing it significantly above Conquata, which is a bigger city with more lizardmen in it and almost certainly better reinforced. So if you think that it should change from its current position of A or indeed anything else, do go and vote right now, because we only have, let's have a quick check, we have, very little time left for the vote. Ooh, interesting. So, as we go, we're sitting there, we go, Lord Eisen suggests it feels like it should be a B with Conquata. If you agree, you're going to have to get more B votes because we don't have that much time left. But yeah, it's looking like at the moment it's likely to end up being an A.
Apologies for the moment there. I was getting the hunger shakes. I need to eat something.
Peter Osborne drops in and says, okay, no hope for... No, you're right, there isn't. How about the massive crater, the floating pyramid, or the halls of the holy? Just fun curiosities to place on the map? Let's bring up your map so you can have a quick look there.
Generally, yes. The massive crater is the Walkmall crater.
Yeah.
Which, despite the kind of goofy name, it's actually a really important location. It's where the Skavens suffer their biggest defeat against Tehinuan.
So, yeah, they're not all little details, but you tend to find that as they go from edition to edition with each one of their maps, they add extra bits or they ignore bits, and you never can be certain whether anything will actually get the detail it deserves. It has landed as an A on Twitch, and it has landed as an A on YouTube.
Oh, wow. Y'all
okay,
really like...
wow. So that being the case, then I suggest it should be right at the tail end, so it'll be right beside Conquata. So that means it'd go Huatl, then Conquata.
I thought you said it was A.
It is A, so it'd be on the tail end of A, at the bottom end of it.
You think it should be below Chup Yodel?
Well, I don't think it should be that much further ahead than Conquata.
I think it should be above. I mean, granted, I just think Chup Yodel shouldn't be an A tier.
That's the issue here. Chup Yodel shouldn't be there. So yeah, fair point. Taken, accepted. Yeah, okay. No, that seems fair.
All right, next up is actually our last of the ruined cities.
Yay, we're getting there, slowly but surely.
So, welcome to Sotek, the City of Echoes. Sotek is a very, very important, tragic location because it was the first ever Lizardmen Temple City in Lustria to fall during the Cataclysm. When the Lizardmen initially pulled back all the way back to Lustria and they put up all their big bubbles to hold back the demons, the demons couldn't get through. And this is where Kairos Fate Weaver concocted a genius, devious scheme. Because Sotek has a unique design. It's actually a significantly more underground city than above ground city. And this gave it kind of an unfortunate and unique vulnerability, which is that when Kairos opened the demonic portal, or was opening it, the Slann did not realize it right away because he was opening it in the heart of the city below the ground, where it was fairly disguised. And by the time they realized it, it was too late. Demons came pouring out, killed the Slann, and the city was massacred. Now, in an ideal world, that would be where the story ends. But sadly, it is not, because the Lizardmen thought that Sotek was just like all the other cities that had fallen and they were, ruins. But apparently, the devastation that was unleashed here by Kairos' first spell was so bad that chaos portal never actually closed. And so, when the Lizardmen tried to refound the city many, many years later, under the control of the great and mighty Lord Zul, Lord Zul ended up going mad. He was one of the first big examples we've had of a functionally corrupted Slann. Because every time he would contemplate facing towards Sotek, his brain would get weird. And he'd start to say weird things. And he would give contradictory proclamations, and he was agitated. And after a while, it was discovered that there was a demon because of this portal. And all sorts of shenanigans happen. The demon is killed, but with the demon's death, Lord Zul also perishes. Because he was so exhausted from resisting the corruption that it kills him. So then another Slann moves in. And this Slann goes, we should try and refound this city. But when he gets there, he realizes what's beneath the city and goes, oh shit. And the Slann try to close it. And they think they close it. It appears closed. Looks all good. Checks out. And they go, okay, this place is ruined. We can't stay here. And they leave. And basically, Sotek sucks. Because every once in a while, when Morslib gets really big, or gets during Geheimnisnacht and all sorts of other places, that portal is basically like a badly stitched wound that bursts open over and over and over again. And it's happened so many times that now there is a full standing army of Lizardmen completely surrounding the city 360 to just contain any demonic legions that come pouring out. And there's been a great many horrible battles where demons have tried to come through and they've been killed by Oxiodal. There have been great horrible battles where they've been killed by Krokgar. And if you're wondering what Krokgar does the majority of the time, he's basically the warden of Sotek, which to this day, that portal has not been permanently closed. And if you pick up the Lustria book, they actually added a really cool prophecy in the book that a mad Slann called out that gives a hint about maybe, possibly, there's a way to close it. But it's super vague and not super helpful. It's very prophecy loaded. And that, sadly, is the legacy of Sotek.
So, Sotek is a fallen city, which has a demonic portal in it that's never properly shut. And thus, it ends up becoming a hellhole that is surrounded by Lizardmen who have a perimeter around the entire area. So dangerous is it, they do not enter into it anymore. So what we have is a demon hellhole. What do you think you should rate demon hellhole at? That's entirely up to yourself, but I'm pretty convinced I'm not going to put an S tier on this one.
Yeah, I think ABCD is fine.
I think that's fine too. This is a hellhole. It's awful.
Honestly, it should probably be BCDF, but
yeah, I mean, this is one of the easier ones, I think. And although I'm sure there are some who might suggest it should be, for example, S tier. I don't think so. This one is clearly not quite an S.
Yeah, interestingly, for those that are curious, because we've noted that the names of the cities change, you may go, oh, City of Echoes, that's kind of cute, maybe because the big caverns and stuff. No, the reason they call it that is because it's a constant echo of the cataclysm.
Yeah. Sotek is a wound in reality. Holy Artist 95. Yes.
Uh-huh.
It's that. It is not a good thing. It is not a good place. It is not somewhere you would send your children for a holiday. It is not somewhere that you'd want to just drop by.
What?
Yes?
You don't want to take your kids to Sotek
No,
World?
I don't think so. I just don't think this is a good place to send your kids.
Kids eat free. They eat free.
Well, if they eat free, I mean, I'm now tempted.
Oh, wait, sorry, I misread it. They are eaten free. My bad.
Oh, okay. Then I'm somewhat less tempted. So yeah, this is the demonic hellhole and the last of our options that are the ruined cities. So if you take a little look at what we've done so far, other than the Quattle, which is put right at the very top because thank you very much for your generosity.
Where it apparently belongs.
We have so far not managed to reach a single S-rated Lizardman city, and I think that's fair. The vast majority of them fell during the Cataclysm, and even those that survived are often, in some respect or another, in ruins, broken up, in a complete state of, well, a mess. But we are about to head into, very soon, some of the slightly better options.
Mm-hmm. Now, we end on a strong point, which is good.
Yeah, it's really nice. So we're about to dive into the remaining Lizardman cities that are not quite so ruined, really, which is going to be super fun. So let's have a quick look at the vote. Oh, it's really surprising, Sotek. It's really surprising at the moment over on YouTube.
Is it?
At the moment, D is so significantly ahead that it would take quite literally a significant number of you just to stop whatever you're doing and vote something different.
Get on it. Get on it.
Anyone pops in, I posted this on the servers, but there's a medieval style cover of Hurt, oh, I know the one, which reframes the song about an immortal being who cannot die, and it fits the Slanesh Tamarkin brothers so well. It has lyrics like, "The arrow tears a hole, the old familiar sting, the fates hold out my thread but cannot cut the string." Yeah, if you haven't watched our Tamarkin Brothers streams where we created up the brothers of Tamarkin, they were so much fun, and we had so many people contribute lovely pieces of art, ideas, and so much more towards them. If you haven't watched them, I do recommend going off and having a quick look because they're super fun. Let's have a look at how it all ended. D.
Time. Overwhelmingly.
D. It's a D, and it's no great surprise. This is a demon hellhole. We don't have any lower rank than D, even though there was an F there because somebody paid to put an F rank there to get Loquatl down there. But someone else came in and trumped them.
Do I hear $10 to put Sotek in F tier? $10.
I mean, it does deserve it.
D for demon is good. D for demon is good. I'm not gonna lie.
We're off to Tlaxcalan.
All right, so it's actually spelled wrong, which is funny. So Tlaxcalan is
it's got an extra A in it.
It
does. You didn't know after the T.
So it should be just Tlaxcalan, not Tlaxcalan. But it happens. It's okay.
It happens.
Hawk, we literally could not do this without you. I'm not criticizing you. You're amazing. Thank you.
I
also know you did this at 3 a.m. last night, which is my fault. Anyway, the City of the Moon. And not enough pressure or focus can be put on that is singular. It's not the City of the Moons. It is the City of the Moon. Because when the city was founded, there was only one moon.
Yep.
This is a very old city. It was one of the first 5, I believe, founded. And Czar94, thank you very much for your contribution.
Quite right, too. You Mr. Pig. Oh, I'm Mr. Pig as well. Oh, thank you both so much for the contributions to my dental bill. And getting it in there. Thank you.
Got that double F just for Sotek. Thank you very much. Tlaxcalan is the City of the Moon, and they are super focused, as you might imagine, on astronomical and astrological aspects. Where Slunhapek, we talked about earlier, is a very elemental focused city. Tlaxcalan is very focused on prophecy and the movement of the heavens and the secrets that are spelled there. They used to be, before the Cataclysm, perfect. They used to be insanely, unspeakably good at understanding future events, dealing with the parts of the Great Plan they had to manipulate, and they had a very far-reaching knowledge of the things they need to take care of. But of all of the various cities that perform their own unique roles, they got the most heavily fucked by what happened in the Cataclysm. Because something new showed up. Morslib. And Morslib fucked everything up. Super duper bad. It basically made it where a lot of their ability to tell the future by reading the heavens is now significantly more difficult because Morslib just fucks everything up. And Fleshland is actually, in my opinion, a very, very funny place because where most of the Lizardmen cities are perhaps focused on survival or focused on protecting a particular area or relic, Fleshland is hell-bent on destroying the fucking moon. Morslib, that is. They have spent the last 5,000 years just doing everything in their power to find a way to knock that son of a bitch out of the sky. They've tried pushing it out of orbit. They've tried throwing basically nukes in the form of comets into it. They've tried banishing it. They've tried basically doing the equivalent of grabbing it, shaking it really hard. They've tried crushing it. They've tried splitting it in half. Basically, every couple centuries, one of the Slann will go, all right, I've got an idea. And they'll try it, and it inevitably fails.
Yeah.
But the main focus, everything that they do, is dedicated to trying to destroy Morslib. And it's noted that they've been at war with it for millennia. Now, the funny thing is you may go, oh, well, they're just being silly gooses. But the thing is, they have, in some weird, bizarre way, you could argue, heard it enough that Morslib actively fires back at them, which is hilarious. There have been trades between these two. And unfortunately for the rest of the world, this has resulted in some rather negative moments, like the great warp storm shower that just turns Sylvania into what it is, or arguably the time that Skaven Blight got hit, or what will become Skaven Blight got rained on by a bunch of warpstone, or most notably, the birth of Moonclaw, which if you actually line up your timelines, was a direct, and Wolferup 4th edition actually points this out in the Lustry book, was a direct response to something that Tloxlon did.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of those ones where you're like, finally, we've got ourselves a living, breathing Lizardman city. And then you start looking at the fine print and you go, oh, wait a minute. So we've got ourselves a city that during the Cataclysm did not fall. We've got a city that has survived and stood the test of time from the beginning right through to the end times. We've got a city that has been at war effectively with their fate being to be the great forecasters of the Lizardmen. But their forecasting has gone wrong because of the Chaos Moon Morslib. And they've gone to war with Morslib. And bluntly, they've lost. They don't win. They have tried again and again and again, but instead, at best, all they've done is stop the moon from crashing down into the planet, which is, let's be honest, a pretty impressive feat in and of itself.
To be fair to anyone that's going like, oh, these guys kind of suck. To be fair, they have actively pushed Morslib away from the planet several times.
Absolutely. But in so doing, and in their various attempts, they have shaken that moon and caused some of the greatest disasters to happen in the Warhammer world. And you would think that the great forecasters would predict how bad this would be, but that's the problem. The great forecasters of the Lizardmen are completely fucked up in their ability to forecast because of Morslib, their great enemy. It's a fun place, but as Lizardmen cities go, I wouldn't exactly call it the most successful in what they do. No. But it is a big, living, breathing, thriving city.
Yeah. Now, the funny thing about them is whenever Tloxlon does anything that does not involve Morslib, they are wildly successful. Like, they kick ass and chew bubblegum like nobody's business. It's just that, unfortunately, their greatest rival is basically a god. But
and they have seriously fucked it with them. They've done, I mean, the city is not. It's definitely a thing.
There are some rather curious legacies surrounding Tloxlan. So they are ruled by Lord Adohitega, and he is
Well
a
remembered.
very spooky
Wow, I'd forgotten that one.
Unfortunately, he has a rather terrifying hobby, which is that Lord Adohitega thinks humans are kind of cool. Humans are kind of interesting, and he wants to study them. But in order to make sure they are safe to keep around, he has developed a habit of lobotomizing them. And he has captured a shitload of humans, lobotomized all of them, and they are known as his lobotomized slave army. Because he's basically made it where they don't really have much of a free will anymore, and he's like, hey, go kill those people, and they just zombie towards you and kill you. Apparently, they're surprisingly effective troops.
Which is got them in the army. Okay, so Tloxlan, where are you going to drop it in terms of the vote? Oh, you want one more thing? Okay, I can withdraw.
So, second thing is that, interestingly enough, this is the city that if you get down to the nitty-gritty, we know the most about, by far. We know so much about the city because it got the main focus in Warhammer Fantasy 4th edition. Or Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition's Lustria book. And the reason they did that is because it kind of got the most focus back in the 6th edition Lizardmen book, where they actually did a panel describing a temple city, and they chose Tloxlan.
We've got loads of detail about it. It's a great place. It's a living, breathing city. But let's be as blunt as we can be when you're determining your vote here. This is also a place that has brought down absolute disaster upon itself and the rest of the world. Do you think that means it should be voted differently? That is up to you. It is a place at war, but not at war with the surrounding jungle or the Skaven, although it did go to war with both. It's at war with a moon. I love it.
The last thing I'll say is that for the Skaven, holy shit, Tloxlan whooped the Skaven. That's what made Tedoecho famous, is that Tedoecho led an army down toward Ketza, and he managed to completely predict everything the Skaven were going to do, because Morslib was actually very much in decline at the time, and there ended up being an eclipse where Manslib blocked Morslib, and that allowed him to gain perfect vision. He literally sees the entire Skaven Under Empire, which, if you're like, oh, what are the ramifications of that? Go watch our What If stream on Lore Monster Mundi, where we talk about
potential ramifications
of that. And then Tedoecho drops a giant fucking rock on top of Ketza and just obliterates it, and it's hilarious. And that's all I have to say on that. We can do the vote now.
Have you popped the vote up?
I'm doing it right now.
Oh, sorry, pardon me. I thought you'd done it already.
No, you're fine. No, not what if. What if here?
While you're doing that, where were we last? As I scroll down, we were about. Did we do that one? Yes, we did. So we're there. Gru and the minions. We're going to steal the moon.
Let's steal more horribly vandalized to the detriment of everyone else on Earth. But yeah.
Holy Artist drops in, so they focus on high magic or just use different weeds than the rest. I'm not quite sure what that's in reference to. Do you know?
I'm guessing he's asking about what makes the Slan of Tloxla different from the Slan of Zlonhapek. As far as why do they focus on elementalism versus them focus on star stuff. So technically that would be a Zerite magic, not high per se. It's much more a Zero focus. Tloxlan is actually it's just a weak joke. Never mind. I was trying. I thought it was deeper than it was. I tried.
Biofruit, which city would spawn the insane clown posse? I'll leave that one to you.
That would definitely be the Carnival of Chaos somewhere in the Empire. Somewhere.
Yeah, I think so. Dynamite drops in, and thanks for that one, Bifoot. Do you think there could be some form of connection between Tloxlan and the Moon Empress's people? If so, what connection would you build?
I would personally say that there's almost assuredly going to be a connection. Like there almost has to be. I don't know what it will be because the Moon Empress Games Workshop has kept her very clandestine and very like we know she came from the moon. We know that there supposedly was like a people in the moon, but we don't know, like, was it like a great, huge civilization that spanned all of Manslip? Were they connected to the old ones? Because if they were, then yes, there would almost certainly be a relationship there. But if it was like a minor, more hidden species, then probably no.
Yeah, I think the big thing is here, are they part of the Great Plan? And given they're attached to the the Dragon Emperor, the answer is no.
Yeah, we don't have any evidence suggesting that Quaid.
Yeah, the evidence is that they would not be happy with them, that the Dragon Empress went with them, went with the Cathay rather than the old ones. So it does look very likely that the answer to that would probably be no. Mr. Pig, did they try asking the Skaven how to deal with the moon? I got a feeling that they weren't exactly best friends with the Skaven at the time.
Yeah, I would almost say that they probably had slightly different goals.
Yeah, I think so too. Lethal cells. Toward tooth relief, I'm putting... Oh, thank you. The sucker's in an F for fish. So chop a yottle down at the bottom, and it really should be down there. Just saying. I don't think we can put it all the way down to F, given the vote. We could drop it down one. We could drop it down to B.
I can't bump it down to B.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, can't put it all the way down, given that people voted for it, unless people want to throw more money at it.
Unless more money comes, yes.
And then finally, that guy what if the dwarves of the East were relieved by Western dwarves?
Before you go any further,
time. Okay. Oh, we have a split vote, don't we? So it's S on YouTube with A following. And it looks like it's the exact opposite over on Twitch. But we have previously split the vote with YouTube when it's the split that way. Because there's more people currently voting over in YouTube. That being the case, I think that we clearly state that we have our very first S city for the Lizardmen.
It only took 4 hours.
I would like to say that in terms of S's, it's right on the edge.
Yeah,
and I think you fairly voted it there because it really is right on the edge. It's not one of the great Lizardman successes, although it has had successes in the past and it has had, it's hosted many important people. It is not the best of the Lizardman cities. However, we are moving now over to maybe something a little bit better.
Heshwaddle. So Heshwaddle, the solar city, is the northernmost city of the Lizardmen, right up on the Isthmus of Pahawks. And this city is the biggest military stronghold in all of Lustria. It is the only city that has giant towering walls protecting it from all sides, fully encompassing the city. And it is ruled over by the surprisingly aggressive and very old man yelling at kids to get off his lawn, Lord Mazdamundi.
Yep.
Who, as far as most of us are concerned, is the most powerful of the living Slann in the world. Yeah. And one of, if not the most powerful wizards in the world. Yeah. He is an absolute monster. And has done some pretty hilarious borderline genocidal war crime shit. But it's against humans, so who cares?
Yeah, they don't matter, do they?
Yeah. Humans are terrible. It's fine. But Heshwaddle is a very, very active city. It is often hypothesized that because the sun shines so brightly upon the city, and it's favored by Sotek, the Lord of the Sun, that it gets the Lizardmen all energized because they've got that cold-blooded nature. When they sit and they sunbathe, they get all jazzed up and they're ready to fight. They're aggressive and they're active. And it is a city that very much prides itself on being the ultimate bulwark against northern invasion, but also having a powerful military that is able to march out and deal with any threats that are necessary. It has faced attacks by dark elves, beastmen, greenskins, chaos, pirates, vampires. It's been attacked by goddamn near everything that can make its way over to this part of the world, and it has never fallen. It is resisted and held very, very, very strong, and it is a if you have to go up against a Lizardman army, these are probably the guys you least want to fight because they are fucking terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, we can sum this up pretty easily. It's the northern bastion of the Lizardmen, where their most powerful slan sits. It is arguably the most militarized of all the cities, and the sun always shines in this particular part of the New World. This is pretty much our first clean example of a big Lizardman city that is, broadly speaking, wholly successful at what it does. It is at the heart of the major decisions for the Lizardmen as well, because of, obviously, Lord Mazdamundi. So not only do we have a city that has stood the test of time, right from the Cataclysm right through to the modern era before eventually the world goes boom, but it's also at the very heart of what the Lizardmen are doing right from the beginning. Of course, over in the Southlands, they don't have contact with this particular set of slan, but here we do. This seems, for me, a super obvious SEBC.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the first time where I can pretty confidently say I know where it should go. Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't mean you're going to vote that way, though. Let's find out as we pop up the tier vote for the Bastion of the North, City of the Sun.
Yeah, Heshawatl does have some pretty fun stories about it. It has one of my favorite siege stories in the entirety of Warhammer. Once again, very Lizardman bias. But the Siege of Heshawatl
Really?
by Bashnar the Tormentor. Oh, I love that story. Because in 7th edition, it's like a 4.5-page story.
Mm-hmm.
It's like actually really long. And
Yeah,
it is
big one.
so fucking cool. Like, it's just a cool fucking thing. And I can't not love it. I just can't.
Yeah, it's good. And it's worth going seeking out. If you're a great fan of the lore, go read the original books rather than popping online and seeing someone else's summary of it, because it's a really fun one.
Yep. That guy, the What If, the Dwarves of the East were relieved by Dwarves. Oh, yeah,
we did that.
I misunderstood what this said earlier. So a what if become the Chaos Dwarfs have been saved.
Yeah, totally. That's basically what that's asking. I think it's great.
Yeah, because that would pretty dramatically change what's going on over there.
It absolutely would. Well, it's looking like it's a pretty dramatically one-sided vote for this one. And a very rare outcome for our tier lists, by the way. Really rare.
Yeah.
Oh, someone went and broke it by saying A. It was sitting 100% A. I mean S. But someone's come along going, nah, A.
When someone came up, someone has come up, like, I fucking hate the sun. Fuck the sun. I don't like the sun.
But over on Twitch, it's still 100% A. I mean, S.
If you already answered this, it's fine. I'll rewatch the stream part. Are there still Temple-Cities outside of Lustria that are still potentially live? Yes.
Yes.
Several of the Temple-Cities we talked about on the tier list are notably Zlatlan and Conquata.
Indeed, and we brought up a funky little map to show you some of the Southland ones that are still kicking around somewhere, somehow, but we have almost zero detail about what's going on over there.
Yeah, it's not even super clear which of those Temple-Cities are still active and which are ruins.
Exactly. I mean, we just don't know.
Heshawatl equals Kislev of the Empires and holds all forces at bay for the soft belly of the Empire. I don't know if I would call what we're about to talk about soft, but sure.
Well, we do have one left remaining, and when you see that one, Holy Artist, you might think that your comment is perhaps not exactly accurate.
Donovan, it's always sunny in Heshawatl with Lord Mac Frank Charles D. That was awful. I'm sorry. That was
It really was.
It is the same amount of syllables, though. I'll give you that.
I think it's fairly. The poll has ended, and this is such an obvious S. It's ridiculous. Almost everybody voted S for that one, and I feel that this is absolutely accurate. It is clearly at the top of the tier.
All right, that brings us to our last city, the first city, Itza. So Itza is the first ever city that the old ones had constructed on the entirety of the Warhammer Fantasy planet. It cannot be understated how critically important it is as a city, because it is a keystone in the geomantic web. Which, for those that don't know, a keystone is like the first major point of pressure when you're like constructing something. And if you lose a keystone, that can often be a super game over, boy. But it's is titanic. It is a colossal city, absolutely massive. There's actually some really interesting notes about during the Cataclysm, the war that was fought between the Lizardmen and the demons that references parts on the map. That if you actually look at the map and the places they're referencing, implies that Itza is like hundreds of miles wide. Like it's because it like stretches all the way over to the mountains and past them a bit.
There's definitely some interesting map choices.
Yeah, where it's like, oh yeah, they held them off at the bridge of the Bridge of Stars, and you actually look at the Bridge of Stars and you're like, that's hundreds of miles away.
What the hell? Yeah.
But anyway, as you can see, it's pretty much in the dead center of Lustria.
Yeah.
And it just is the most important city. If this city ever were to fall for any reason, it's game over, man. The end times have come. Now,
accurately enough.
Yeah. There are, of course, a lot of fun things about the city. It has a lot of really, really famous locales in. You have things like the Emerald Pools, which are these great swelled pools of Gyran that the Slann will just sort of bask in, which may explain how some of them are able to remain in such good health despite, with their immortality, and that it can like heal great wounds and stuff. Itza, there are so many goddamn Slann living in Itza. Some of which there's at least one second generation there that we don't know a lot about him, because obviously he gets overshadowed by Lord Croak.
But
the city is
Croak, if you want to get away from the
Lord Croak, which is how the city is so it's so charged by magic because there's so many Slann living here that going into the city of Itza itself, the air crackles with just wild like offshoot magic constantly, always. It is never like deadened. It's like the colleges of magic dialed up to like 1,000 of that. The air is imagine like you're in a thunderstorm, right? And like a really bad one. And the air has that like really positive charge to the point where you can kind of feel it and it makes your hair stand up. It's just like that all the time, forever. That's just the way it is. It is one of the most magically charged places that isn't like a true magical realm, like Athelloren, for instance. And it's just packed full of Slann. It doesn't have walls, doesn't need them, to be frank. And its army is the largest standing army in Lustria. It is big.
Yeah, I mean, we can sum up the first city with some pretty easy, broad brushstrokes. This is the center of the Lizardmen. This is where there are more Slann, more Saurus, more Kroxigor, more Skinks, more Lizardmen than there are anywhere else in the world. It is a center of everything that they do. It has the largest military. As a city, it is not the best defended in terms of high walls and great weapons of nastiness, because it doesn't need to be. It's so well defended by the very enormous number of Lizardmen that are there, including the enormous number of Slann. I say enormous in comparison to what you get elsewhere. This is basically the capital. It's the first city of the world, and it is hard to underestimate how important this place is, not just for the Lizardmen, but actually for the world. Because this is the center of everything that the Old One plan is built around and the Slan are doing. And so much in the world is influenced by the Slan. Whether that is holding Morrslieb away from crashing into the world, whether that's stopping the Great Chaos Gates from enveloping everything. The Slan are constantly doing things, and most of that thought and power is centered around Itza. I mean, it's a pretty important city.
You just couldn't help yourself.
I really couldn't. I'm really sorry. I think I reckon I can just put one in my pool, which is S or S. But no, it would be unfair. I'll put S and A. I'm not even putting anything else on it. That's all you're getting because it's the last one, and I think it's right.
Yeah. SSS and maybe SS.
No, I put S and A. I'm happy putting S and A there. I'm good. I should have maybe put an F on there. I'm going to put an F as well.
Yeah, and obviously this is where Lord Croak, I was about to say lives, resides.
Yep, it is. That's where his corpse is. So I put an S, A, and an F, and I put an F there just for you meme voters who desperately want to give it a go. I can imagine there's going to be a few of you. But at the moment, S is sitting at a mighty 90%, so it's going to be tough for F to get anywhere with it.
Oh yeah, truly, we saved the most difficult for last. Holy Artist, it's a me, the first city.
It's a me.
Thank you. Donoman, what if the people of Kasvar had refused the mysterious builder? That could make for a fun what if.
I'm not sure it would. Well, it would because there'd be no Skaven.
Yeah, would probably adjust that to what if the Skaven.
I mean, that's ultimately what the question is.
Yeah,
what if the Skaven never happened?
Yeah, because
that would change something in that one. That would change a lot. Yeah, I agree.
That guy, it's attacked by the demons so long, Gay Bowser. No, well, yes, it obviously was, but he was incinerated by the great deliverance of pizza. Yeah. Krimgato, Hexwaddle, I hardly know her. That one doesn't work that well.
Heshwaddle. I'm not getting that one.
I
feel like an idiot.
It's a really classic joke where someone's we'll say like her. I hardly. It's like any word that
I hardly know her. Yeah, fair enough.
It was If it doesn't end with it doesn't work.
I don't quite grasp it. Ugh. The vote is looking very much currently second is F with 13% over on YouTube.
There's so many little rats in chat.
Screaming.
I just going to the sound chat and I just noticed we have such a perfect, great plan looking tier list. Like, look at its almost perfectly symmetrical design, just like the old ones intended.
Oh, just look at that. It's a thing of beauty that's almost a joy forever. Hey, Ricky Chapman, we attacked. It's in our Chaos campaign. We made it to the edge of the city. When the army was decimated by a Slan as the White Lizard charged us, we survived by unleashing a great unclean one and ran.
Most people go for pocket sand. The idea that you just had a pocket clean one is pretty impressive.
Okay, poll has ended, and we have, I think, a very clear S tier.
Yeah, I don't think that's an argument.
No, neither do I. I think that's the correct result, and I think it should be right at the very top because it is. The Northern Bastion is second, and then the almost A-tiered city sitting in third.
I will note for chat
that's good.
That if Cupiodal had not been bribed to go down to B tier, it would have looked like this, which is almost perfectly symmetrical. It's close. I mean,
it's really close, isn't it?
Sorry.
Thank you. Oh,
move that trash coddle to F, where it belongs. The motherfucker
right back to the bottom. Great. And just like the Lizardmen, the great plan fell apart.
Yeah, it just immediately collapsed in on itself. Holy sweet fuck.
Thank you, Czar. Really appreciated. That will indeed be going to my dentist.
All right. Good God.
Oh, thank you so much. That was actually hilarious.
That was literally just came in at the buzzer, wielding just a warpstone dagger and just stabbed it right into Lacotle's back.
Lacottle is no longer an SS City, which might be for the best. I think I kind of agree. Thank you for that. I think we are successfully completed our list.
Yes, and it took a little longer than I would have liked, but we also wasted a lot of time just yapping at the start of the stream.
Yeah, we did.
But,
and I'm kind of glad with where we landed. If I look at it, there's nothing that feels really bad. Chappiotl, as we discussed, perhaps being given a little bit of a meme vote, but all the rest of it feels pretty good.
Yeah, I would say overall it's super solid. All the living cities are up at the top, literally. There's a clear cutoff point for, and then we've got the two cities that are kind of sort of occupied. Chakwa and Chapyoto are a little higher than I would have personally put them. Yeah. But I also understand that they have a legacy.
All agreed.
But Reynold approves. Jesus Christ. Remember, don't forget, except for instead of Andy giving his tithe to Renaud, he has to give his tithe to his dentist.
I sadly do. And it's not a short-term thing either. I'm dentaling for another month and 3/4 yet, where I'm going pretty much every Wednesday to be tortured. I'm really looking forward to next Wednesday.
Peter, it does seem crazy there's so few living cities. There's only 4. Truly, and to be fair, it's a bit of a nuanced, like, technical definition, because the Lizardmen are all over the place in Lustria.
100%.
There are only truly 4 still great living cities.
In Lustria.
In Lustria.
We don't really know what's happening in the Southlands, and I think if they ever did get round to doing the Southlands, you might find that there's an interesting story being told over there. And I think it's something that could be really fun to be investigated, but it has been, so far at least, just kind of pushed to the wayside.
Southlands would be really cool if it had more surviving cities, but like, because the Slaawn are all younger, it has a very different developmental path.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it could be a super fascinating look at what has happened to the Lizardmen, and also a fascinating look at what the difference between the New World Lizardmen, who are the older ones, and the Old World Lizardmen, who are the newer ones. It would be a really interesting place, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, because the Southlands appears to be right at the bottom of the list of concerns for Games Workshop at the moment, where they're far more likely to be detailing parts of the old world or over in the Far East.
Yeah, but that brings us to the end of today's stream. I want to thank you all so much for taking the time to come and hang out with us on this lovely Wednesday evening. And thank you very much for all of the very hilarious but deeply appreciated generosity. We really cannot express how much we appreciate it. And I would love, you know what I would love from y'all, for those of y'all that watch the live stream or make it all the way to the end of the VOD, is I want y'all to let me know, do you think you could tell that Andy is on powerful pain meds, or do you think he was relatively normal the entire stream? Just curious. Because I am. Just curious.
Because I really am. And also, as Holy Artist adds, just at the very end here, let's sneak in our last ones. What if there is a subspecies now of other lizardmen in other places in the world? And I think that's something that could be super fun to investigate, because we've already shown that there's been new versions of lizardmen getting pulled in with each edition of the army list coming out. And if we do an entirely new faction, very possibly, Raziel, that's not unfair.
Yeah. Very true.
And Gaston asked, what are the chances of a city hidden beneath the sands?
Very high, to be honest.
Yeah. Ricky Chapman coming in at the end. If you're wondering why we had a great unclean one, he was in an urn given to us by the Purple Hand to help with the siege. Of course. I mean, why didn't I guess that already?
That sounds like some stupid shit they would do.
And also, one last little thing. If you're out there watching live right now, or if you're watching later on the VOD and you haven't subscribed yet, please do subscribe to the channel, because we're only about, 1,500 people away from doing a big Gelt stream where we will be literally tearing into who is clearly one of the worst characters in Warhammer.
Yeah, we're at 1.38.
Yeah, 1.38 needed. There we go. So that 1,400 or so. So that being the case, do subscribe right now, because the more that we get towards that, the sooner we'll get to have our fun tearing Gelt to shreds stream, which I will very much enjoy.
Yeah, just a couple of quick, little managerial business things before we go. If you haven't already, obviously sub, like you just said. We will have a lobby open for this upcoming Sunday stream here pretty shortly, which is going to be on the cult of Raya, the goddess of fertility and aspects of nature, upcoming on this Sunday, which would be super exciting because she is a deeply unappreciated goddess. So that'll be a really good time. We are also, I will get back to y'all about what next Wednesday will be. I have an idea of what we might do, but
we'll discuss it after.
Yeah, I want to make sure I get Andy's approval. Last thing, I'm going to say this without Andy's approval, and I'm going to spring it on him.
Okay, here we go. So what am I getting sprung on me this time?
So Andy is about to unveil on his Patreon a new little bar of getting to a certain number of supporters. And if that bar fills up, a thing will happen on Lawhammer that is very spooky and very scary and very fun. And me and him talked about it, and I bet he doesn't remember what I'm talking about, so I'll remind him after the stream.
I'm so high in painkillers, I don't remember this morning. Before you say that, one good thing about Gelt. I did it. You, as asked there, Sean, I did exactly what you said. Can Andy say one good thing about Gelt? And I just did. Hopefully that helps. Also, he sucks.
What an absolute bastard.
Thank you very much, Sean. It's appreciated.
I will post our version of this tier list as well as the link to it on socials, so that if you want to make your own tier list, you can. I will also do that for all of our past tier lists because I keep meaning to and keep forgetting, but I remember now. So if you would like to make your own fucking ad block, get out of here. If you'd like to make your own version and post it on like our Discords or whatever, you can. Anyway, I'm tired. Thank you all so much for coming.
Yeah, it's been fun. Thanks all. It's been an absolute joy. We will see you this Sunday, if not before.
Yeah, usual time. Don't forget Lawhammer on Friday. Andy might do something on Saturday. We don't know yet. Also, I'm doing the reveal show for Games Workshop on Friday, and after the reveal show is over, we will raid into Lawhammer. So yada yada yada. Okay, bye.
I'll hopefully see a bunch of you then. So until that point, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.